Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to today's episode of Build Your Mortgage Empire. I am the host, Mitchell Peak. Welcome, everybody. We're going to have a long day of amazing speakers here. We're live from now until 1 p.m. Central Time. If you guys have questions, make sure you pop them in. They're going to pop right up on the screen for our speakers and sponsors to see. So exciting new feature that we have here with StreamYard, and excited for that. I'm going to go ahead and bring on our first speaker. So give me 1 second here to bring on Ro. Welcome, Ro. How are you?
I'm amazing. How about yourself, Mitchell?
Hey, doing good, man. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you joining us. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Absolutely. So my name is Rogelio Gorton, and I'm the Chief Growth Officer over at EPM/Empower, which is their conventional team. Previous to that, I was at UWM for 10 years and helped some of the largest brokerages grow and scale. So that's going to be what our topic is today, focusing on that growth and scalability.
Awesome, man. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and give you the full stage and let you go ahead and present for us here today. All right?
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Awesome, man. Appreciate you.
Likewise. All right.
And if you have slides, just go ahead and present them, and then I'll add them to the. There you go.
Perfect.
There
All
you
right.
are.
So jumping straight into things, systems, scaling, team growth, and coaching, real world advice to multiply your results. Just like I said in my introduction, I've helped some of the largest brokerages grow and scale. And my goal is to help alleviate all of the time that it takes for originators, LOAs, processors to define their goals and actually grow faster at a more accelerated rate. So jumping into things, who the heck is Ro? And why does he have experience on this, and how can he talk about growth? So right off the rip, I have 13 years of experience. I worked at some of the nation's largest lender, Rocket and UWM. I was a past UWM leader, made my own title 4 different times. To be honest with you, they didn't know what to do with me. On top of that, I helped grow the top 200 brokerages. I would fly out, redefine their process, pull everything apart, give them tech advice, CRM advice, LMS advice, and really scale and define their process. And then from that, I merged my passion being Hispanic and being one of the very first Spanish speakers at UWM. And I launched a nonprofit called Home, the Hispanic Organization of Mortgage Experts, which has been growing exponentially. We have over 20% of all Hispanic loan officers are members of Home, and we have 1.7 billion earned impressions this year alone. The team has been doing an absolutely amazing job, and I'm super proud of them. And then this year, I also launched Empower, which is our conventional team at EPM. EPM has always done the manual underwrites, some of the more difficult loans, but now we are able to tap into the conventional loans as well. So that's super empowering. Diving right into things, defining systems versus random effort. I was having a conversation yesterday, actually, with a couple of originators, and the new sexy thing to do is a podcast. And every day it feels like I get invited to 5 to 10 different podcasts. And one of the things that I sat him down and I said, listen, I love that you're doing this. If this is your passion, if this is a hobby, that's a different story. But if you're not making money from this, what is your focus? What is your goal from spending all this time, effort, and energy interviewing everybody? Is it to get more followers? Is it to build up your influence? Is it to build up your pipeline and get more loans in the door? Is it to be a platform so that you're an industry expert in whatever field it is that you want to have a topic about? But you can't just continue going on life pointless and aimlessly. You have to define what your identity is. Who are you? What do you want to do? And then I'm going to reverse engineer all of the things that I want to do to effectively hit my goals. Now, some of the things that I see most brokerages struggle in. It seems very, very simple, but to be honest with you, a lot of people struggle with this. One is onboarding and training. Two is communication and accountability. And then the third one is performance tracking. These three things, whether you are a one-man shop that wants to build up an LOA and a processing team, or you are a 200 to 500 loan originator operation, These three things really make the difference from you hitting your goals effectively or wandering aimlessly. So being able to closely define all of these things and focus on it, it might not make sense in the beginning. And you might say, why am I spending all this time and effort on onboarding and training when I'm only a 1, 2, 3 man show? The main reason why that is so important is because as you're growing and scaling, you want to be able to not only duplicate yourself, but also you want to be able to duplicate those different positions. As there is attrition in the industry or in different roles, you want to be able to set those people up for success so that they know what's clearly expected from them and they have a great day as well. Communication and accountability. A lot of us, we shy away from some of the tougher conversations. And I want to encourage everyone to hone in on that. There is nothing wrong with having a tough conversation if your heart and your intention is to help that person grow and develop, as well as help your organization grow and develop. At the end of the day, we are all in this business to achieve certain goals, and we're not running nonprofits. So I want to make sure that as a leadership team, we are effectively communicating and holding our team members accountable because at the end of the day, they want to feel good. They want to make sure that they're doing what they need to do it and that they're having a great day. So that's what you can do to effectively motivate your team. Now, a lot of the things that I see CEOs struggle with, or even organizations struggle with, are a couple of things. But these items right here really make or break a lot of organizations. The very first one is vision clarity. Do you know where you are going? If your goal is to be the number one lender, how much production does that take? And then how are you reverse engineering that? A lot of people do their goals simply by 1 year, and they have New Year's resolutions that are the main thing that they go after. In business, I've heard that successful people define their goals in 3 to 5 years because COVID can hit, and then suddenly all of your game plan and your strategy goes out of the window. You could have a very bad year financially, and then the investments that you were planning on doing aren't really viable, or you can't really accomplish that. So defining your goals for 3 to 5 years and then reverse engineering that, no matter how big or small, are extremely important. On top of that, defining the roles and responsibilities, knowing that you cannot do this alone. You need an army of people to do whatever it is that you want to do, whether that's a one-man shop that wants a couple of LOAs behind him, or whether that's a CEO that has 200, 300, 500 employees that are working for him. Defining what is expected from every single person and what their career path looks like and coaching them up along the way is absolutely so important. A lot of organizations don't even have this written out. Luckily, I was able to define my own role a couple of times, and that experience has allowed me to not only hold myself accountable, but then also champion other people to do the same exact thing. What is it that you want to do? What are you passionate about? If you're great at guidelines and you love being an underwriter, what does that career path look like? And defining those roles and responsibilities so that they're set up for success is extremely important. Duplication of leadership. Great leaders do not hoard all of the accolades for themselves. They are not focused on just being the main person, although there's a lot of people, especially in this industry, that focus on that. But really great leaders focus on duplicating themselves. How can I get someone to be 70% as great as I am? So that way I can go and tackle some more important things. And then I have my team behind me to support all of these things. That is so important. And a lot of people do not focus on that in this industry. Client experience at scale. Once you do something great, scale it. How do you duplicate it? How do you replicate it? If it's adding more bodies throughout the life of the loan to make sure that that experience is consistent and that everyone knows how to work with you. Think about it. If you're in the mortgage industry, whether you're a lender or you're a loan officer that's working with a consumer, you have someone that has never worked with you that needs to know how to work with you. How are you communicating that on what they're going to expect back? When you send me an email, your expectation is within 3 hours, you're going to get a response back. When you send me a loan, the expectation is in 1 to 2 days, you're going to get an approval. And then if you call me, the expectation is within the hour, I'm giving you a call back. Those clear expectations so that people know how to do business with you are extremely important. And then feedback loops for iteration. Continuing that feedback so that once you do things that are great, or maybe in your business that you might put a blind eye to. Maybe you're the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company and you're not really in the weeds of your business to know what does this team do, or maybe there's an archaic process that AI can come in and make that process a little bit more streamlined and better. So some of those things are extremely important for you to grow and scale. And please, my biggest feedback is do not let your ego get in the way of you. I've seen way too many great leaders trip up on their ego because they think that they've made it, when we all know this is a cyclical industry. You're only number one for so long. So stay humble, keep that feedback in mind, and put yourself in the shoes of your client. How does it feel to do business with me? I think that's extremely important as well. Now, some bullet points on how to clearly define that. Train consistently, empower ownership, assess the performance, and measure what matters. It is so important for you to be hyper focused on the things that actually matter versus the things that you cannot control. Train consistently exactly on those areas that will clearly help improve your company. I'm not going to go and train on something that's going to give me an ROI of only 2%, but I am going to go and train on something that, hey, every single underwriter is having this simple mistake, or I'm noticing that all of my processors are calculating self-employed K1 incomes not correctly. Let me get everyone in a room. Let me go over that. Let me make sure that they know how to do that. You be the trainer. You be the one that owns your team, and empower ownership. When mistakes happen along the way, because let's be honest, we're all human and it's going to happen. Empower that ownership of, you know what? I own that. I made that mistake. But at the same time, empower the ownership of the great things as well. I am super huge with my team and everyone around me on empowering them individually versus taking all of the credit for myself. Because what does that do? They feel good. They go back to their family. They tell their kids a couple of stories on how they dominated the day. And that just empowers them to go and double work for you and your goals and what you're looking to do. And then measure what matters. You would be shocked at how many organizations are not measuring key data points that help them grow and scale. If you don't know what your submission to CTC is as an organization in the mortgage industry, stop what you're doing right now and focus on that. Whether you're a mortgage broker or a lender, it is so important for you to sell yourself. How do you even sell yourself when you don't know the speed to close within your own organization? Focus on those things so that whenever someone has doubt on whether they should do business with you or not, they keep those things in mind. Now, I'm going to go a little bit off topic here. I recently had a top brokerage panel down at TAG, the American Gift with EPM. We flew in Pablo Martinez, one of the nation's largest lenders, and then we also flew in Braden Shaw, one of the industry's largest influencers. He has about 2 million followers on TikTok and Instagram and does an absolutely amazing job. He's one of the youngest broker owners, and he's able to scale and grow at numerous lengths. And I asked them a couple key questions that I think are very important to share. The very first one, a very big topic that comes up, self-gen versus lead gen. What area of the business should I focus on? A lot of people are going the lead gen route, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I want to make sure that you clearly understand that that's a long game. You know, a lot of these top lenders like Loan Depot, like Rocket, they have grown consistently because they haven't deviated from that. And to be honest with you, they're not that great at the self-gen side of things. We see them struggle with realtor relationships, with building that out. And usually that's an exchange that a lot of mortgage companies have to do. So clearly define who it is that you want to be is one of the most important things. So self-gen and lead gen are two very different paths, but ultimately you get to decide the path that you want to go on. And it's also okay to change your identity. It's okay to be a lead gen shop and then suddenly say, you know what? There's 20 shops like this in Michigan alone. Why am I going down this path? I'm going to separate myself and do more of a detailed approach on that. And that's all I have for today. Leveraging your growth and different things like that. If you have any questions or I can be of any help or support, feel free to let me know.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it. Let me pull up this here. All right. Does anybody have any questions at all? Because we got some time left here with Ro that he can help you answer.
Or Mitch, any questions you have?
Take a look and see if we. They've kind of made some changes to this, so I'm just kind of playing with it. So give me a second here.
Absolutely.
So I missed it. Where did you say you are working now?
Now I work at EPM/Empower Mortgage,
Okay.
helping grow their conventional side of things. I was at UWM for 10 years. Now I focus on that. And then I also launched a nonprofit called Home, the Hispanic Organization of Mortgage Experts. So we're two
Yeah, tell us.
hats.
Yeah, I was curious about that. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things, speaking about growth, one of the things that I've seen a lot of originators struggle with is knowing what lenders do what products. So we are launching a learning management system that's going to have the data of 150 different lenders and banks to make that information readily accessible to originators. Especially because a lot of broker owners want to tap into the Hispanic market because only 1% of originators are Hispanic, and that's going to be the largest home buying population. So we wanted to empower that growth, regardless if the broker owner is Hispanic or not. They can plug in their loan officer into our organization, so that way they can be set up for success.
No, that's cool. We have a question here. Change is hard. She says, "How do you get your team on board with new process?"
You embrace it. So the very first thing, change is inevitable. This whole industry is changing. AI came in and disrupted our entire world. So embracing it and tackling it head on, I think, is really important. And as a leader, you have to embrace that change first. No one is going to do something that you don't do yourself. So making sure that you're the one that is embracing that change so that that way you can say, hey, team, this is what I figured out is the most impactful way. I did this for myself. Now you go own that change, but at the same time, if you have feedback, if a process isn't working, or maybe this new update or this new technology isn't the best process, give us that feedback so that we can make those changes along the way.
Yeah, as you know, and I know, anywhere you're at, companies change tech, and it's like
Yeah,
everybody gets upset, and we're used to doing it this way, we're used to doing it that way, so that's the thing. You gotta a lot of places I've ever been where they do that, they just tell you to deal with it. You know what I mean? Instead of, like you said,
yeah,
maybe taking some feedback and trying to make adjustments to make it work for everyone. People
absolutely.
sometimes you have to
I,
work
I
with
was
that.
I was in the room with one of the most successful people in the mortgage industry, and someone asked him a question. This was a while back. They asked him, "What was the biggest mistake that you made?" And without even hesitation, he responded and he said, "Honestly, I can't answer that because the minute that something goes sideways, I change and I pivot and I evolve." And that was super powerful. A lot of times, us as humans, we like to dwell on things and we like to, take 1 or 2 days to like be like, man, how did this happen to me? But instead, pivoting and being like, you know what? That didn't work out. It's okay. That didn't work out. What's the new game plan? And being able to make those decisions right on the fly for your team is super powerful.
Absolutely. All right. Anybody else have any questions? Nicole, you have any more questions? It's going to change the game. Someone said. I think they're talking about AI. um, we have
Yeah.
a lot going on with AI. I think we got some, speakers on this here in the next day or two that are going to be talking a lot about that. And how that's going to affect our business and how you can control it. And it's not going to eliminate loan officers per se, but it's going to, you got to be able to use it to your advantage to stick around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nicole wants to know, what do you think the biggest challenge facing brokers is moving into 2026?
I think the biggest challenge is going to be themselves. A lot of times, originators and brokers are stuck in the 2020, 2021 interest rates are in the twos, and they're beating themselves up on production. And they're kind of frustrated with, why am I not closing 200 loans a month? And understanding that the game changed, that this industry is cyclical is one of the hardest parts. There's a lot of people that have gone and done other things simply because they're not mentally tough to deal with some of those numbers. And I think it shows a mental toughness if you're willing to say, you know what, I understand that, I was a top Scotsman's Guide originator, but because of this industry and the landscape where things are, I might not even be a top 200. That's okay because I'm committed to this industry. This is what I want to do. This is my passion. I'm not in it for the short game, I'm in it for the long game. And being able to redefine yourself, I think, is extremely important, especially because the landscape for the mortgage industry is unknown what it's going to look like the next 5 years. As AI comes in and redefines the process, and instead of needing 16 people per file, you're actually needing three. Like that's going to change and effectively impact everybody, no matter if you're the Rockets, the UWMs, the EPMs of the world. Technology is coming in and they're redefining that entire process as a brokerage or a very top lender. And I think it's very important for you to um, stay humble, but also hungry and say, okay, what is that next thing? Let me embrace AI. I can't change the fact that it's disrupting things, that it's going to help grow and scale different mortgage companies, but how can I use this for me and my team and then effectively grow as well?
All right, and I take that back. She was saying home is going to be the game changer. So that's awesome.
Yeah, it's
That's awesome.
it's actually pretty impressive. The Just a little plug to that team. They built a learning management system in less than 6 months, fully in Spanish and in English, which is one of the main hurdles to Hispanics joining this mortgage industry. Is it's not clear, or even Hispanics generally being in the wholesale channel, even though the broker side of things is way better. Only 15% of Hispanics go through a brokerage. So how can we increase that footprint? And that's by redefining things and making things easily accessible, being able to explain things, being able to highlight that there's different lenders that do different products like ITIN, for example. I think that that's very crucial and is going to be a game changer for this year as well.
And my advice to anyone out there, like you said, that thinks it's 2020, 2021, stop holding on to the past and stop thinking, I talk to a lot of loan officers every day, and a lot of people think, they're just holding on until rates go down. Stop doing that. Like get to work, put in the work. There's still deals to be had. You just got to work harder for them. And then when rates do go down, then you're going to have more opportunity to refi and do things like that. But everybody's been saying the rates are going to go down for a year. You know what I mean? And they haven't.
For 2
things
years.
happen, nothing happens. It's
Exactly.
like you guys just focus on getting deals, focus on working harder, working smarter, use AI, use whatever technology you can find to get deals, because rates aren't going down. Let's just say that. Let's just get on with that.
And even if they do go down, they're not going to go down at the same rate that they were going down during the pandemic. So you're not going to have loans flying down from the sky, although a lot of people do need to refinance because of the debt portfolio. But the game changed, and I think it's super important to touch on that. I did want to touch on one last thing. Um, if you're struggling as an originator with that mindset, go back to the basics. Why did you get into this industry to begin with? A lot of times we forget that along the way. We don't get into mortgages because we like calculating income and we like this or we like that. A lot of times people got into this industry because they really love helping people, because they love championing home ownership. So go back to the main reason why you joined this industry, and then rinse and repeat that. Go back to the basics. What made you successful to begin with? And I promise if you stick to that, you'll explode. I did a very similar thing after when COVID hit and I hit so many records, and then I helped UWM become the #1 overall lender. That was my 10-year goal. That I didn't know what to do with myself. And I was like, what's my next focus? And that's where I did some soul searching, and I launched Home, the Hispanic Organization of Mortgage Experts. Why did I get into this industry to begin with? To help the Hispanic community, because I loved helping my people. And I knew that that was a huge opportunity. But why am I not an originator? Because I understand that I would only be able to impact the states that I'm licensed in. So instead, I launched an organization to empower every single LO, no matter what broker shop they're at, in all 50 states. And that's super empowering. And that's why I think I've had so much success, because I went back to the basics as to why I got into this industry to begin with.
Right. Yeah, and like you said, there's plenty of opportunity out there, for loan officers because people still need to buy homes.
Yeah,
People are still getting married. People are still having babies. People are still downsizing. I mean, it's not going to be all these refis that you're used to. Although, like you said, there are refi ability out there because there are a lot of people that are, high interest car loans and high interest credit cards that they've maxed out. And
absolutely.
unfortunately, I think people are losing equity now. Prices are
Yeah.
going down a little bit. So now's the time if you're going to get those people involved before they, lose, the massive equity gain that they got in the last couple of years,
Yeah,
maybe to do that, help them.
absolutely. And I just want to also point out that the Hispanic community next year alone in 2026 has a $2.7 trillion buying power. And that's a completely untapped market. 95% of Hispanic loan officers are in retail. They don't even know that the wholesale channel exists. So as a mortgage broker, you can go and hire and recruit these people and show them that they have options. And then also redefine yourself as a company. Eh, Do I have Spanish speaking processors that can easily explain how things are going on? Or plug into home. We would love to help your brokerage or your originator scale and grow and tap into this market as well.
Yeah, so that's awesome. So dig a little deeper into home and how that works. So any broker or any loan officer can just join in and it's kind of plug and play to help them connect with the people that need help.
Correct. Yeah. So the Hispanic Organization of Mortgage Experts is a plug and play. We really wanted to empower every single brokerage and every originator out there. So whether you're in retail or you're in wholesale, home is a home for you. And we're designed to be all about education, whether that's about the different loan products, technology, the different things that help streamline your system. We are launching a coaching group to help coach and encourage you along the way. And additionally to that, if you are someone that has if you are a consumer that doesn't understand the home buying process or understands all the intricacies that go into credit, you can definitely tap into that as well. And we'll be able to educate on all of those things. Because one of the things that we've recognized is the lending space within Latin America is extremely different than the United States. Guidelines are completely different. They don't have loan officers over in Latin America. So that career path isn't even something that people are thinking of, and additionally to that, that's why they go into the big bank, they get denied, and they don't know what to do from there. So that's where we can really champion that growth by plugging in a home, and we'll teach you how to effectively connect with this community, but also empower your growth as well. And one of the stories that I absolutely love that has happened within this last year, we had an originator that was very fiery, and she came at me and kept on saying, "We need better item products. We need better item products." Well, as you know, now's not the time to launch a better item product. And I've been pitching so many lenders on the potential because the data is not correct. The Urban the Urban Institute said that there was only 88,000 loans that could be done with ITIN. How? When there's 7.9 million legal people that are waiting for identification. So those are people that could go and get an ITIN loan. So that's an untapped market. And we really wanted to champion that. And in a recent publication, I outlined the real numbers, the real data behind all of that. And since that article, two more lenders joined into the wholesale channel and are going to be announcing ITIN products as well. So what I love about what we're doing at home is that we're not only leading through education, we're also empowering some of the different things that don't make sense, like better item products. Let's get that for our lending community. Or recently, I met with a loan officer in Puerto Rico that shared some of the hurdles that they encounter and that they default 3 times higher than the United States. That's a mission for home. Let's dig into that data. Why is that happening? Is there things that we can fight on the legislative side, or are those things that we can maybe invest in technology to really empower their growth as well?
Awesome. We got another question. According to you, what are the main reasons for losing leads as a mortgage officer?
Main reason for losing leads is following up. Um, I'll give you an example. This isn't a loan officer, but I had an AE. This loan officer sent in a loan to this account executive, and he hasn't called him in 60 days since that loan closed. And I'm like, "What are you doing? You had an amazing first date. They loved it. The loan closed, and you didn't follow up." So when it comes to losing leads, it's what systems do you have in place to make sure that you're constantly in front of your clients. And don't just rely on a CRM. Go the old school way. People want to connect with people. So communicate and effectively reach out to these people, and then also ask them, how do you want to be communicated? Do you want to be text message? Do you want to be emailed? Do you want an actual phone call? And find out what that person's way of communication is. And then being able to tap into that and differentiating yourself is how you can kind of maximize all of the leads that you have.
Awesome. Well, we've had some good questions. I appreciate you joining us. Anybody else have any questions for Ro while we have him? We got 5 minutes here before our first sponsor joins us, so we'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have out there. I like this new feature that StreamYard has been, adding, where you can see the correspondence from the chat right on the screen.
And I also wanted to commend you, Mitchell, for doing a virtual experience. That's the main reason why we launched an LMS at home. I really wanted people to be able to tap in wherever they're at. If you're a single mom that's balancing 2 jobs, I wanted you to be able to have all of that information. And you're doing a really great thing, because a lot of times people don't have money to fly out to Vegas to go to the big conferences, and they're focused on partying anyways. So this way you get right to the meat and potatoes.
That is exactly the reason I started these, is because I thought to myself, when I got in this industry, I'm like, how many loan officers that actually need the help can't afford to go to Vegas or New Orleans and spend thousands of dollars on flights and hotels and Ubers and drinks and so I started bringing the people that were at these events. It's funny because I think Mastermind's going on right now in Vegas, and one of my first events, or I think it was my second event, I had Steve Sims, who is he was a keynote speaker at Mastermind that year, and so I reached out to him, and he's like, I don't do virtual stuff, like he's a guy that gets paid $30,000-$40,000 to take a stage at Mastermind, and he's like, I don't do that. And then we stayed in touch, and all of a sudden he was like, when's your event? Let's do it. So, it's bringing people like Rene Rodriguez and Eddie Perez and, Steve Sims and, these people that people go see right here virtually in your living room or your office. That's always been my goal. And I've had, I give people that never been on the stage before, a place to speak. I give people, their opportunity to kind of get out there. But then also we bring in the best and the best, top producers, marketers, coaches, you name it. So my biggest thing is this spreading the word, getting the word out that this is going on. And obviously that's, more difficult than it seems because there's so many people in this industry, but it's hard to reach them all and say, hey, come tune in. We don't have the marketing budget that, a Mastermind or something like that obviously has to, reach the amount of people we want to reach.
It's okay. You're just getting started. We'll get there.
Right. We got to get there. So let me see here. Someone asked, can you recommend any ways to find leads?
Yes. So, there's a lot of great ways to generate leads in business. A lot of people do Lending Tree, do Zillow leads. My biggest advice, and where people generally see the most success, is by tapping into the local community. So join the local soccer team, sponsor them, go to your local churches, tap into that local community, because a lot of people like to buy local and they like to deal with that face-to-face experience. And the biggest thing is don't give up. So just because you join either a Chamber of Commerce event, a local community event, a church, or a school board meeting, or whatever it is, be consistent with it. If you go for a month and you don't get a lead, that's not consistent enough. Do it for 6 months, do it for a year. Build up your brand and don't segue away from what you're trying to accomplish, and realize that it's a long play, because a lot of times people with leads, they're looking for that quick buck. And they try this lead source, and then they try that lead source, and then they try this, and they try to rebrand, and they try self-gen, and they try lead gen. Be consistent with who you are, with what you want to do, and then double up on that and make sure that you can see the ROI for your investment.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, once again, I want to say thank you for joining us, and thank you for what you're doing with Home. I think that's tremendous. That's going to help a lot of people, and not only on the homeowner side, but on the loan officer side. So great opportunity. You guys reach out to Ro if you have any questions about home or what he's up to, and you can find him on social media, Facebook, and LinkedIn. So I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Likewise. Thank you so much, Mitchell.
Yep. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, everybody. I'm going to bring on our first sponsor of the day. Give me 1 second here to bring on Travis Tannehill. Travis, welcome to the show, my friend.
What's up, man? How you doing, bud?
Good, man. I'm going to just give you the stage so you can tell us all about what you got going on.
Perfect. Sorry, I was caught me mid raising up the standing desk, so I always feel like I talk a little bit better when I'm standing versus sitting. So, is that PowerPoint pulled up, Mitch? Can everyone see that?
Yep,
Perfect.
It's there.
Sounds good. Like Mitch said, I'm a repeat sponsor here, so every time we come on here, we seem to get a few people over, which is valuable for me and I think valuable for you guys. So I'm going to roll through what we are, what we bring to the table, how we can help you guys as loan officers, and just help you guys kind of continue to grow your business and create some residual income. So we are Vertisure. So Vertisure, we are a national insurance agency. We are licensed in the lower 48, so not Alaska or Hawaii. If anyone is licensed over there, let me know. I'm more than happy to get it. But up until this point, we have not ever had a request for those two states. So I'm Travis Tannehill, the founder and the CEO. I am also a mortgage broker owner. So I'm licensed here in Kansas and Missouri. I do about 99% of my business in those two states. That is sometimes the first rebuttal I get is, how do I know you're not going to go steal my clients? One, I don't have the licensing. Two, these are totally separate companies, totally separate entities. I have teams that work on the loan side and teams that work on the insurance side. So none of that data crosses over on the back end. But that unique perspective from me being a mortgage broker owner, that allows us to solve problems for loan officers that other insurance agencies don't even know exist. So that's probably our key differentiator, is because we're in the trenches with you guys every single day. We know exactly the pain points you guys are having and how to solve them. So, and then the second key feature to us is, if you want to get your insurance license, we allow you to vertically integrate insurance into your business model. So due to the RESPA, there's also some insurance laws in place as well that you can have to get your license. So that's the one minor hurdle. But we offer a ton of free value. But if you do want to add this into your business model, we do definitely allow you guys to do that and actually encourage it to happen. So top 3 reasons to use us. Instant quote. So if you're on the broker side, I'm sure a lot of us use UWM. They want that insurance quote at initial submission. Insurance agencies do not turn around quotes very quickly. Usually it's days, for sure a few hours. So I don't know about you. I upload a lot of my files in the evenings. After business hours, getting an insurance quote involves me going to some random third-party website, typing in dummy email addresses, dummy phone numbers, trying to get just a dummy quote to upload. We were having issues with that, and the systems would reject it because they didn't like the address. So we built some proprietary technology that builds into our insurance rater. All you have to do is upload your 1003 over to our portal, and we will instantly email you and the borrower an insurance quote, and that kind of starts the referral process for us. Better client experience and retention. As you guys are aware, retention in our industry is horrible. So I'm going to go over a few things more on that and why we can help you with that. And then if you want to get licensed, we will pay you as a 1099 insurance producer. And then last but not least, this is what I'm going to talk about. I'm coming on tomorrow for a little bit longer presenter. I'm going to show you guys how to generate some refis with partnering with insurance. So speed wins. So in this market, in this industry, we're always talking about speed. How can we be faster, better client experience? Clients don't like to wait. Americans as a whole are getting more and more impatient. All you do, this looks very similar to how the lenders operate. When you get out of your LOS and into a lender's portal, same process. So you download the 1003 out of your LOS, whether that's Arrive or Calyx or Lending Pad or whatever. You upload it here. And that kind of starts the referral process and kicks off the lead generation. So second piece, client retention. So this was 60, 90 days ago, but Rocket bought Mr. Cooper, and our servicing and your servicing and your clients that are in your book they're under attack. I mean, they're getting solicited from services, they're getting solicited from other people in town. Banks, literally everything you open up, every single app, their Credit Karma app, everyone is trying to refinance them and sell them a mortgage. So allowing you to partner with an insurance agency that understands that and is aggressive with that is super valuable to you. think about the timeline. So, a realtor usually meets the client first. Obviously, as loan officers, you're trying to beat the realtor to the lead. That way you can pass the lead to a realtor. But realtors, that's what they're pretty good at. They're pretty good at direct to consumer and getting their phone to ring. They get to sell something a little sexier than mortgage guys do. They get to sell the house. So granite countertops make the phone ring. The realtor gets that borrower usually, a few days, couple weeks before they pass them off to their favorite loan officer, hopefully you. You get them pre-approved. You work with that client, sometimes 4 weeks, sometimes 8 weeks, sometimes 6 months, as long as it takes them to find a house and get them through the underwriting process. At that point, that's where the insurance comes in. So realtor, loan officer, you guys are done in usually a month or two. The insurance, the average client stays on our books for 7.1 years. So that's 7 years where we get to talk to that client about 4.1 times per day or per year, is what our thank you, Kyle Hancock, just saw that. So 4.1 times per year is what our data says. And so every time we talk to that client, we're reminding them who their loan officer is, who the realtor was, and asking them if they're buying or selling or refinancing in the coming months. So anything we do to create value, we ask for referrals. So if that insurance client, says, hey, my neighbor is selling, guess what? That lead's going right back to you. If it was in your circle, it's going to stay in your circle. We're going to pass that lead right back to you. So client retention is huge. 1099 producer pay. So this is the third key. If you want to get licensed, we offer a ton. If you don't want to mess with it, I totally get it. One more license, one more CE. I will say it's much easier than the mortgage license. If you pass the mortgage license, you can definitely pass the insurance license. But it does take some time to sit down and study, and I do get it. So tons of free value. If you don't want to do that, if you do want to do that, we will pay you. There's some additional things. Enterprise is just if you run a team or own a brokerage, or have 10 plus people underneath you that would also be sending us business. Obviously, if there's a little more volume, there's just a little more revenue we can share with you guys. So what are you going to do with all this money? So most of our loan officers that are a part of us use it in 3 different ways. So number 1, cars, boats, and second homes, toys, Can-Ams, razors, whatever you want. They blow it on toys, and I'm a toy guy, so I totally understand that. So you want to buy your wife a new Navigator, you go do it. I don't care. Second thing, the other ones use it to grow their business. So they're hiring staff, they're offsetting some of their LOA's salary, marketing, tech stack, things of that nature to help them go close one more loan. And the third thing, which I'm really excited about, is we're getting ready to offer a retirement plan on January 1st. So we're going to have a group plan, and you'll be able to dump this commission into that retirement plan. I talked to a lot of loan officers out there, especially most of them in these mega brokerages. They don't get retirement. So loan officers make a lot of money. We're pretty good at spending money. You wake up as a 50 or 60-year-old and you don't have much saved to retirement. Let's throw $500, $1,000, $2,000 a month over into retirement for you, and let that grow. And that'll all be kind of streamlined through payroll on January 1st. Other key aspect of being 1099. Most loan officers are W-2. You are now the insurance world is 100% 1099, where the mortgage world is mostly W-2. You are now 1099, which means you are self-employed. So when you take that realtor out to lunch, are you soliciting them for mortgages, or are you soliciting them for insurance? I could argue insurance or both. So you now have the ability to own vehicles in your LLC. You can do all sorts of fun stuff. Obviously, consult with your tax accountant, but you now have a side hustle that you can run expenses through to offset some of that W-2 income, which I know is a big pain point for most LOs. So this is what we're going to be talking about a lot tomorrow. So I got a 30-minute presentation on tomorrow on how to find some more refis through your current database. So when loan officers tend to think of refinances as just how much can I lower the principal and the interest. So the payment is the PITI, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Loan officers tend to just focus on the principal and interest, which makes sense. That's all they can control. That's the interest rate. Interest rates aren't quite cooperating with that yet. So let's bring in the 2 other pieces, the taxes and the insurance. We're actually finalizing a partnership with it's called Own Well. They're licensed in 7 states, Florida, Texas, California, New York, and Utah. They will actually go fight those property taxes on your client's behalf. And so the taxes we're gonna solve in some of the major states, and then insurance we can solve in every state. So let's attack the taxes, let's attack the insurance. Let's see if we can find another $100 or $150 a month of savings in those 2 categories. Because that principal and interest might only be $50 a month, but if we can find them $50 in taxes and $100 in insurance, now you just saved them $200. That client really does not care where the savings comes from. You are the hero. You saved them $200 a month on their mortgage. And then that bottom graph right there, that's just consumer I think that's 30 or 90 days late on credit card debt. I think it was 30-day late. And it was, 10, 12% of Americans are behind on their credit card payment. So you're walking around the street, you see 10 people, 1 out of those 10 people probably needs to refinance their home if they're a homeowner, and get themselves out of credit card debt. So let's partner with insurance. Let's partner with taxes. You can do the best you can on the principal and interest, but that's out of our control with the bond market. So that's really what we're going to be diving into tomorrow, on how to capitalize and use some of these tools to find some more refis in your book of business. So next step. So feel free, scan that QR code. Hop on my calendar. Would love to hop on a one-on-one with you guys. Make sure it's a good fit. We don't accept everyone just because sometimes it's just not a good personality fit, or your business model doesn't quite align with what we're trying to do. We did just rebrand from United Risk to Vertisure. This was the one. My calendar link was the one thing that had not gotten flipped over yet. So it still shows United Risk, Vertisure, same thing. So just hop on that calendar link, and I would love to hop on a one-on-one with you guys, visit with you, answer some questions, and go from there. So appreciate y'all.
Awesome, man. Appreciate you joining us. Appreciate you sponsoring the event. Look forward to seeing what you got to present tomorrow on day 2 of our event, man. It's going to be popping.
Appreciate you, Mitch.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, fellas. Have a good day.
All right. Everybody, I'm going to bring on our next speaker to the stage. This is Dr. Christie McMullen. Give me 1 second here. And I'm going to go ahead and pop her in. Christine, I'm just going to let you jump straight in since we're, about right on time so we don't get behind.
Hi, friends. My name is Dr. Christie McMullen, and I am here today to talk about creating productive joy at work. And I am so honored to have the opportunity to talk to you. I think this is going to be a fun way for us to figure out, okay, what is it that I'm doing that's working, and how could I do a better job of producing joy? So we kind of have to figure out what that means first, and that is not something that everybody has the same definition for, which is kind of fun. So I'm going to use a PowerPoint to walk you through what I believe to be productive joy, and give you a chance to think about what it means to you and how you like to portray it, and how you like to create it a little bit more at work. So if you'll give me just a second to get set up, I am going to share my screen, start the PowerPoint, and then I am hopeful that you are looking at both me and the screen. So Productive Joy. I happen to have a podcast named Productive Joy, and this journey started about 1.5 years ago. And in that journey, ChatGPT and I got together and we came up with the name Productive Joy because I believe that if you don't make work fun, people quit. And when I put that into chat, we came up with Productive Joy because I really wanted a title that didn't just talk about work, but talked about all the different ways that you can produce joy. And I thought the title was perfect, got super excited about it, started this podcast. You can follow it on any and all platforms where you can watch a podcast, and I highly recommend it. I have pretty fantastic guests. It airs every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And darn it if I'm not having a good time doing it. So why am I telling you all of that? Because that's what we're going to talk about today. Productive joy. So I think that joy is a choice, and that if we work together, we can find productive joy by leveraging our talents to change the world. Because like I said, productive joy is not the same thing for everyone. And you might be thinking, why in the heck does this matter to me in the mortgage field? Why does this matter to me as a human? And I would argue that if we're not producing joy, why are we bothering doing the things we're doing? So it's my hope that I can help you not only figure out why that's something that you want to seek, but something that maybe you're already creating or could create more of if you were intentional. So our objectives for today is to define productive joy, to design productive joy, and then to create a little bit more productive joy. So in the chat feature here on StreamYard, I'd love for you to put your definition of productive joy. And if you're listening to this later or you don't have access to the chat feature, maybe you want to write this down in on a Post-it note or somewhere that you can capture it. But if you had to define productive joy, what would be your definition? So I'm going to give you just about 30 seconds to think about that and throw that in the chat for me. It's amazing how long 30 seconds is when you're sitting in silence. So here's the cool part. There are no wrong answers. I have been doing this podcast for about a year and a half. I started in February of 2024. I have had, I've done 160 episodes, and I have not yet gotten exactly the same definition twice. I have gotten some similarities, though. I have gotten a few themes, and I am going to share a couple of the answers that I've gotten. One of the cool themes that has come up when I have asked this question has been peace, that productive joy is peace. And I think that's pretty powerful when you think about it, because it means that things are going the way that you need them to go. You're comfortable, you are complete, and that's special. I think that makes good sense. So that's one definition that I've gotten consistently, but not the same. A couple others have been things like flow. People have mentioned that they feel like their productive joy is when they're in flow, meaning that things aren't hard, things just start to happen. You're in go mode, you're really successful in that space. And we're going to talk about how you might create a little bit more of that in just a little bit. But I'm actually going to share a couple specific definitions with you. So the first specific definition I'm going to share with you is Amos Pierre. Amos Pierre is a pastor, happens to be one of the pastors at my church, and he says that productive joy is the thrilling journey of inner growth. Oops, sorry. And the anticipation of future possibilities. What I appreciate about Amos's definition is the calling of the right now and the next kind of concept within productive joy. So I want you to think about your current situation. Are you operating in a space where you're anticipating future possibilities, or are you kind of stuck where you are? Right? I want this to be practical, and I want you to be thinking about who you are right now, today, this day, and what that's producing for you. Because although I believe productive joy is a choice, it's also designed to make us more successful. So if you aren't yet closing as many loans as you'd like to, or maybe you're not selling as many houses as you want, or maybe you are not getting new clients and you're feeling a little stuck, maybe it's because you're not anticipating those future possibilities, and that might be something that you'd like to try. So just some things to think about. And as we're going, if you want to throw ideas and thoughts in the chat, please do that. I think that makes this a whole lot more interesting. So that was Amos's definition. Tracy Schubert Barrett, another one of my guests, was pretty cool. She actually, I don't know if any of you watch HGTV. I know that's some show. There are lots of shows on there that I'm a fan of, but Tracy Schubert Barrett actually was one of the founders of HGTV, and she loved her job and thought it was absolutely fabulous. And about 20 years in, woke up one day and said, you know what? What if there's more? And so she wrote a book called What If There's More? And she quit. And she is now doing some pretty fantastic things outside of HGTV. But she said that productive joy is the serene state of aligning your actions with your life's purpose. She recognized that maybe she wasn't living completely in her purpose, and this was an opportunity for her to shift, to pivot. What if there's more? Thought that was pretty exceptional as well, something worth thinking about. So productive joy is that serene state of aligning your actions with your life's purpose. So those are two additional definitions. I have also shared with you flow, the idea of, well, now I can't even remember what my other idea was. Oh, flow and peace. That's the other one. And so as you're thinking about productive joy, I want you to take a minute to look back at your definition. Are you still happy with it? Is there anything that you want to add or change? You know, this is your definition of productive joy. It isn't somebody else's, but that doesn't mean that we can't be positively influenced by other people's ideas. So if you'd like to add to your definition, now is a great time to do so. Okay, so let's keep trucking. And think about, okay, so now that we've defined productive joy, how do we create it in our daily work? See, I do believe, like I said, that joy is a choice. But people might be thinking, well, Christy, work and fun aren't necessarily happening at the same time. I go to work, I do my work thing, and then I go have fun. But I would argue that if you're not making work fun, people will quit on you. And those people might be you. Maybe you're self-employed and work isn't fun, so you're not doing much of it. And when you're not doing much of it, you're not making much money, and that's a problem, right? So I want you to think of some ways that you could create productive joy in your daily work. It could be simple things like if you work in an office, letting different people pick the playlist that you play during certain times of the day. Or maybe it's Food Truck Friday, or maybe it's making people laugh with just silliness, right? Like I have legitimately given scratch and sniff stickers to adults for the last 19 or 20 years. Legit, scratch and sniff stickers. I do this at conferences. I do this in meetings. I do this in trainings of all kinds. And I can count on one hand the number of times somebody said, no, thank you. It makes people laugh. It makes people smile. It makes people immediately remember something from their childhood. And it allows me to let people say, hey, I see you. That's productive joy. That's the passing of that thing that makes you want to keep doing whatever it is, met with purpose, right? Because when I'm doing those trainings or I'm working a conference, I need people to know they can trust me right away. And they're not necessarily going to spend a long time with me. I have about 25 seconds. And actually with all the different social media platforms now, they say it's about 7 seconds. And then I would shrink that all the way down to 2 or 3 seconds before somebody has decided, yep, I'm going to listen, or nope, I'm not. So we don't have long to get people to get excited about who we are. What can we do to create more productive joy in the workspace? It might be flexible Fridays, where if you work in an office, you let people leave early on Fridays, or they can work longer hours on Monday through Thursday and have Fridays off completely. Or maybe it's just that you let people have a voice in their space. So I actually have a very specific definition of fun. I know we're talking about productive joy, but we're also talking about making work fun and finding a way to bring that joy into your daily work. You spend about 90,000 hours at work. Now that's an average of, I think it's 45 years, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, right? I know that if you are in any sort of mortgage space, you are probably working 60, 70, 80 hours a week. So it might be a lot more than 90,000, but that's on average. 90,000 hours are spent at work. Are you enjoying it or do you hate it? Now, I am not saying that we're going to love everything we do. That's not really true. There are going to be tasks that you don't love doing, and they don't have to be miserable because the bulk of your work can be indeed fun. So here's my definition of fun. Fun means three things. Fun means people feel valued and appreciated. Fun means people have a voice and they're allowed to use it. And fun means that people are able to leverage their talents for the greater good. So, valued and appreciated. How often do you say thank you? How often do you let people know that you see them, you hear them, you appreciate them, you know that they've done hard work? I mean, this could be as simple as an email after an event that says, oh my gosh, I'm so appreciative. Right now, I am running a very large event in Tampa, Florida. And this large event that we are running is working with about 2,500 educators. And it's being run by a team of about, I mean, start to finish, boots on the ground, maybe 30 people. That doesn't count the trainers, but that are actually running the event. If I don't say thank you, if I don't say I appreciate you, if I don't say, wow, good job, then why would anybody want to keep doing a good job? So people feel valued and appreciated when you give them a scratch and sniff sticker, when you shoot them a $5 gift card, when you say thank you publicly. The other thing that's important about valuing and appreciating your people is knowing your people well enough to know that this person really likes Starbucks and this person doesn't, or this person loves to be publicly thanked and this person would prefer to get a private message from you. So valuing and appreciating your people also means knowing your people. Then you have to give them a voice. We frequently will say we care what people are doing, but do we really, right? So we get these surveys, right? We've all gotten them from work that says, what would make this a better place, blah, blah. And then nobody listens to our feedback, and it's almost more disheartening than if they hadn't asked at all. So when you give people a voice and you allow them to use it, it means that you are actually listening. And if you don't choose to use the thing that you said they needed to use, that's okay, as long as you explain why. This is why we're doing it this way, and here's what it will mean, right? Pretty special. So it could be simple things, right? Like, so this is an envelope, right? Has my name on it. I could say you could hold your envelope this way or this way. Give people choice. Choice and voice makes everything just a little bit better. How hot or cold are you going to keep it in the office? What are they allowed to wear on Fridays? How can you make it a fun place to work? All right, last one. People are able to leverage their talents for the greater good. First and foremost, everybody wants to be part of something. They want to know they're contributing, they want to know they're a valuable contributor, and they cannot know any of those things if you don't know who they are. Because my talents aren't your talents. That's perfectly okay. So people are able to leverage their talents means two things. You know what their talents are, and they get to execute on them. So if I am a social person and I love to talk to people, and you, as the biggest bulk of my job, have me behind a desk looking at spreadsheets, I am going to hate everything about what I'm doing, not because I am not a team player, but because my talents aren't being leveraged. So find out what your people are good at and then let them do more of that. I am not saying take every task away from them. I am saying be thoughtful about the tasks that you give them. So one of my favorite humans, her name is Joni Pilgrim. She's actually a she's the CEO of Nationwide Appraisal Network. So here we are in the mortgage space, and she has done some pretty amazing things. She actually also was on my podcast, but she built her company out of her garage and is now, employs almost 200 people and is in the multi-million-dollar space and is doing pretty awesome things. She says that if something continues to fall off your to-do list, it's probably because it doesn't belong on your list. Let that sink in for a minute. If something continuously falls off of your to-do list, it's probably because it doesn't belong on your list. There's probably somebody better equipped to do that thing. So let them. Okay? And don't feel guilty about that, because there's something else that you're going to pick up because that's your unique genius. So make work fun so people don't quit. All right, I've said a lot of things. I want you to take just a second to process. Maybe you're going to write it down. Maybe you are going to say something to a friend. Maybe you are going to call in a colleague and say, hey, listen to this lady. She knows what she's talking about. I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm going to give you 30 seconds to do it. And in these 30 seconds, what you're doing is processing what I've said so far and seeing what you might actually utilize. Okay. So it is incredibly important. I don't know what you wrote down, but it is incredibly important that you do two things. One, that you execute on it, that you actually do it, that you try the thing that you just said. But then you got to celebrate it. So you've got to give it a little bit of excitement, because if there is zero emotion tied to what we're doing, we don't remember any of it. But when there is emotion tied to what we're doing, our dendrites fire, we get excited, and we do the dang thing, whatever the dang thing is, meaning it sticks in our brain. So I actually wrote a book called Learning Can Stick, and the book is all about how you make every interaction safe, logical, fun, and memorable. And the reason that I'm bringing that up right now is because that's when learning sticks. I have been training adults for most of my life, really to the tune of 20 years. So for 2 decades, I have been working with adult humans, trying to get them to remember things. I know how to do this. One of the best ways that you can do that is to celebrate them. So if you think about it, you are helping people on the biggest transaction of their lives, right? They're purchasing a home. And whether you are a lender or a broker or, actually my son just became a funder at a title company, or you are working in title, or you are a real estate agent, or anything in between. You are teaching people things all day long, all day. And if you don't get them to remember them, your job gets triple the amount of difficult. Why would you want that? If you could just let people know that this is the information you need, here's why you need it, here's how to get it to stick, and then let it stick. Well, celebrating them is one of the ways you can do that because that's what gets our dendrites to fire. They only fire when there's emotion, and I recommend that it be a positive emotion because you remember the terrible things too, but why would we want their experience with buying a home with you or selling a home with you or getting the lending to be able to buy a home with you to be a terrible thing? Yeah, I don't think so. So don't forget to celebrate your people. Okay, so I just mentioned Joni Pilgrim. Joni also gave me a definition of productive joy. She said that productive joy is the daily delight of doing what you love, not the things you hate, right? Now, again, I am not so Pollyanna to believe that you are going to love every aspect of your job and you are never going to have a day where you're like, not my favorite. And I believe that those days should not outnumber the good ones. You should be able to focus on the things that you love most of the time. Are you doing that right now? Or are you bogged down in tasks that are not your most favorite? I can't answer that for you, but I can encourage you to answer that for yourself and be thoughtful about creating more productive joy. Kelsey Stevens is also a CEO of a totally different type of company. She actually works in the healthcare space as an actuary. And she said that productive joy is the commitment to fully engage with each task, no matter how big or small. What she means by that is she's a mom of three. Those three, the oldest is 12, right? She is, and the youngest is 8. She is constantly on the go with the kiddos. And yet she's running a company. She is busy, 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 traveling on the road all the time. And she struggles with the idea of my kids have an ice skating competition and I am in Baltimore doing work. How am I supposed to balance that? Well, what she means by her statement is that you be present in where you are. So if she's in Baltimore and she is working on something for work, she can't be present at home. That doesn't mean she ignores her family. It means that she focuses where she is. So she uses the analogy of glass balls and rubber balls. So glass balls are the things that you are, and you're juggling both. Sorry, that's kind of important to this statement. So if you're juggling glass balls and rubber balls, the goal is to not drop the glass balls because if you drop a glass ball, it shatters and there's nothing you can do to put it back together the way it once was. We don't want that. That's a terrible thing, right? So what we do instead is we allow the rubber balls to drop because they will bounce. So a glass ball might be that recital that your child has practiced for a year and you better be there, right? That's a glass ball. But going to the practice that happens 3 times a week and missing a meeting for work that's super important, that's a rubber ball. So understanding that although you cannot juggle it all successfully all the time, be particular about which balls you drop. Again, that's how we create productive joy. So here's my task for you. And no, I don't have a wand and I can't make you, and you're on the other side of a computer screen and I won't know if you do it or not. And I'm going to ask you to intentionally do something different today to change your tomorrow. Now, again, I won't know if you did it, but I sure would love to hear from you if you decide to. And we'll get to how you can get in touch with me in a minute. But I want you to start creating more productive joy. My husband and I recently started a business called the Intentionality Group. And the Intentionality Group helps companies to be more intentional with their actions. Because when you are intentional, when you stop to think about, I am not producing joy, I am actually rather miserable at work. Why is that? What can I do to change it? Then our circumstances change. When our circumstances change, our outlook changes, and we are able to live a more productive, peaceful, pleasant life. Isn't that what we're looking for? So what can you intentionally do today to change your tomorrow? I'm going to give you another 30 seconds. I'd love for you to put these in the chat, but just give yourself some time to think about one thing, just one, that you can intentionally do right now to change your tomorrow. I'm being quiet. So I don't know what you wrote, but I'm going to give you some examples of what this might look like. I am going to spend 5 intentional minutes at the beginning of the day doing something I love. Maybe that's stretching. Maybe that's scrolling on your phone. Maybe that's saying a prayer. Maybe that's watching puppies on the internet. I don't know what makes you happy. I just know that if you will intentionally give yourself time to do that thing, it's going to reframe your day. I am going to high five myself in the mirror, like Mel Robbins says to do. I am going to laugh. I'm going to watch something funny. I am going to spend time with my spouse. I am going to, you fill in the blank. What are you intentionally going to do today to change your tomorrow? Because my goal for you is that you find that productive joy, that you do the things that bring that joy to you. So I know that I am a bold flavor. I don't deny that. I am literally wearing a shirt right now that says Sticker Lady. Like I am a lot, and I've learned to own it. So I'm also going to encourage you to be you. So Elise Myers says, if I'm too much, go find less. And I'm going to challenge you to do the same about yourself. You might be a bold flavor too. You might be a very interesting individual who does things differently than others do. That's what makes you special. That's your unique genius. That's your productive joy. So I want you to remember that you are a gift. Not everyone needs the same gift. We have to be okay with that as well. But you are a gift. Don't let somebody tell you any different. Just understand that if you're not that person's gift, that's okay too. So I'm trying to get you to recognize that productive joy is a choice, that it is not the same for everyone, and it is okay to be the gift you were meant to be instead of trying to be something that you're not. So it's about time for us to wrap up. And I want to leave you with a so what, now what. So a so what, now what is something that I do with a lot of different companies. And it's really just a chance for you to recap, okay, so what did I hear and what's going to look different because of it? And so I want you to think about how you are going to create productive joy daily. Maybe it's that you're going to start your day intentionally. Maybe it's that you are going to laugh more. Maybe it is that you are going to find the things you're really, really good at and spend more time doing those things instead of the stuff that you really get bogged down in. Maybe it's that you are going to find a partner to work with that complements your talents and brings the other side of things that you don't have, the talents that you don't have. I don't know the answer to your question, but I'd love to hear it. So if you want to stick it in the chat, that'd be great. And then in just a minute, I'm going to show you how you can email me or reach out to me so that we can talk through how you're choosing to do exactly that. I do offer coaching. I also offer team building, teamwork. We work a lot with teams who are struggling to find that unique genius and how it can play out in their spaces and need more productive joy. So if that sounds like you, I'm your girl, and I'm going to show you a couple different ways that you can get in touch with me. The first one is just a legit shameless plug. Okay, here's the shameless plug. Productive joy is worth listening to. Now, I'm not just saying that because it's mine. It is mine and it is important. But the reason that I think it is so amazing is because I have the coolest guests. My guests come from all over the world and they are authors and CEOs and well, everything in between. And they're choosing to do things differently. They are looking for the joy. And so when you listen to a podcast, you are going to get 30 minutes of nuggets of wisdom and a shot of B12. totally worth it, right? So you can find that on Spotify or Apple or any of those different places. But maybe you don't need a podcast. Maybe you need one-on-one attention. I would love to hear from you. I'd love for you to follow me on Instagram or LinkedIn or any of those places, and that's all on there. But I'd also love for you to just shoot me an email. It's Christie, Christie at intentionalitygroup.com. And say, hey, Christy, you know what? I heard you on that really cool mortgage thing that I was listening to. I just stumbled upon it. It was really great. And I'd love for you to come fill in the blank. Work with me individually, work with me as a team. And why am I pitching myself? Because I know that joy is a choice, and I know that some of us are lacking it miserably. And I don't think that needs to be the case for another minute. So if you're listening to this and you're going, oh my gosh, I need that, don't hesitate to reach out. That's why I'm here. I am so honored that I had the opportunity to spend some time with you today. And I am so honored that you are taking time to learn and grow yourself. Don't waste that time. Change practice. I don't know what you need to change. I don't know what little nugget of wisdom you're taking with you right now. Maybe it's just your definition of productive joy and you're going to put that on a Post-it note and stick it somewhere that you can see it. Or maybe it's that you are going to pull your team together and say, hey guys, what can I do to show you that I value and appreciate you? I don't know what your takeaway is. I do know that I've got a couple things worth taking away. So hopefully your time was well spent today. And I want to thank Mitchell for letting me be a part of your world today. And I want you to figure out a way right now to turn fun into action. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Christy. I appreciate you joining us today. And we are going to, if anybody has any questions for Christy, please make sure you reach out to her on social. She's very active, I know, on LinkedIn. So, make sure you add her there. And I'm going to bring on our next speaker. Looks like we are ready to go. So give me 1 second here. Good morning,
Hi,
Christina.
friend.
How are you?
Good. I'm having
How are
a
you
little
doing?
issue up to present my slides.
Okay.
When I go to present it, like I connect it all together and then the screen kind of goes gray. It won't let me show which button should I be touching because there's one right next.
Once you hit the plus button, it says present. Then if you have slides, you'll select slides and PDFs.
Okay. And it says Google Slides and I connect it all. I'm going to connect it right now. Add Google Slides and sorry, everybody. I've never done this on StreamYard before, connecting the slides. Oh, here it goes. Okay. Because I was trying to do it too early, I think.
Once it pops up, then I'll see it back here and then I can add it to the screen.
All right. I feel better now. I was a little panicked. Oh my gosh.
Nope,
look,
there it is.
I was like, what's in my pocket? It's dog treats. This is so funny.
All right. So there we go. We got your slide up and I will go ahead and give you the stage. We have until 10:55. So you got plenty of time to show us what you got going on here.
Okay. All right. Good enough. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you and you setting this up. This is my first talk where I've done it on just like a live stream. I've never done this talk without being on stage. So this is a whole new experience for me. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. I'm a real estate agent. I've been working in the business since 2007, started in the worst real estate market in history. And I did the whole thing of short sales, the foreclosures, the whole 9 yards. And then I needed to find a new way to market myself. And I was trying all the video things and I went viral a couple times on Facebook and it was fantastic. Everybody loves Facebook. And then I found YouTube and it was like my sixth video. I had some guy call me and I sold the biggest house I had ever sold in my little tiny area. And the guy found me through my YouTube videos. He said, anybody that's making all these videos about this small town obviously knows the area. So I was like, oh, man, I was hooked. So me and my business partner now help people. So we tell people exactly how it works. You don't need more leads. You just need to know how to nurture the right leads. So that's our whole thing. You don't need more leads. You need to nurture the right leads. So this is my business partner, Joe. He does all the AI stuff. I should have had him do this with us as well. But if you don't know who I am, I've been on YouTube, like I said, since 2017. I started my real estate career in 2007. I have amassed over 300,000 followers, subscribers to YouTube. I forget it, over 58 million. It's probably over 60 million views to my channel now. I talk specifically about affordable housing options for the public because I understand who it is that needs to be serviced. I don't talk about luxury real estate, nothing else. I nurture one specific type of home buyer. And that's me. I mean, I'm just a silly real estate agent that talks about YouTube. That's it. All right. Does anybody know who these people are? Does anybody know what this mascot is? I mean, it's really creepy looking, but I would love to know if you know who it is. I found this old picture of their mascot and I was like, boy, that's freaking terrifying. Terrifying. Well, if you don't know, I know it takes a little time for the comments to catch up. This is the Michelin Man. The Michelin Man. And I know you're probably wondering why the hell are we talking about the Michelin Man and when it relates to real estate and leads and all this other stuff. Well, I just want to share their story with you because it's very indicative to everything you do on social media. Michelin had a huge problem. They were in the tire business and they needed to sell more tires. But how are you going to make people buy more tires? Well, you got to get them to travel down the road so they wear their tires out. And people at this time, when Michelin was having this issue, money was very tight. People are not willing to spend their money frivolously. And so they had to come up with a way and a plan to get people to get on the road and wear out their tires. So somebody in the marketing department came up with a genius idea. I don't even know if they had a marketing department. Someone at the company did. And they said, what if we gave people, made it extremely inexpensive, and we gave them maps? And they're like, there's tons of maps out there. And they're like, no. We're going to make these maps and we're going to put specific locations on the maps so people would want to travel to them. We're going to give them a rating on those maps. So that way people would be like, ooh, I really want to see this because it has like a 4-star rating on it. And so they start putting out these maps. Now, they did not like brand the hell out of them. They didn't put Michelin tires all over these maps. They just put it on the front, Michelin tires, maps. They made them very inexpensive and they started putting these sites on those maps so you'd want to go visit them. And sure enough, what happens when your tire breaks down? Well, they had like a number that you could call for the Michelin tires. Oh, well, we got them replaced, and Michelin came up with this whole thing. And now that's why we still have, to this day, because it was so successful, we have the Michelin star restaurants. The whole idea is this: Michelin decided that they had a problem and they were going to solve it with value. Instead of inundating them with a bunch of advertising that, makes you sick, they were pushing the product on you. They were giving you a solution to a problem, which is you don't know how to get to a certain place. And then they kind of just peppered in the fact that, yeah, we're a tire company and we can help you. That's what you do with all of your content that you should be using on social media. It should not be a place to advertise for yourself. It should be a place that you provide enough value that you're the only person that they think about when it comes to their real estate loan needs or their real estate, selling and buying needs. That's it. That's all you need to do. If you think about the consumer of the content itself first, before you think about your own needs, you're going to be 10 times more successful with YouTube. All right. So I always say this, and people always are like, when I ask, what do you do? And they're like, oh, I'm a real estate agent. Oh, I'm a loan officer. Oh, I'm, no, you're not. If you're in any of these business and sales, you're a marketer first. You can't sell your product, which is yourself, unless you understand that you have to market yourself correctly. And in order to market yourself correctly, you have to bring value to your audience. So marketing is all sorts of things. People get too entirely focused on branding. That means very little to the audience. I'm going to tell you that right now. You do a lot of advertising and a lot of, ads. Of course, that always works. Then you have your digital marketing, your target audience. We all know what this means. I'm just letting you know that whatever job you're doing, think of it as you're a marketer first, and then the back half of being a marketer is the reaping the rewards of what you're doing. So I just wanted to put that out there. A lot of people will argue with me about that. They'll say, no, I'm a loan officer. I just have to market. I'm like, no. If you think about it first and you market yourself correctly, you won't even have to, your phone just keeps on ringing because you've learned how to market correctly. And that's why I love YouTube, because you just make the videos and then they call you. All right. I already went through this, how they added value. So why YouTube? All right. So I started, like I said earlier, I started on Facebook. I did not stay with Facebook because Facebook became a pay-to-play social media platform. It has since gone down the tubes since then. Like it's ridiculous. I wasn't going to pay people to watch my videos about my marketing listings and all this other stuff. I just thought that was completely nonsense. And at that time, there wasn't a lot of real estate agents on YouTube. Matter of fact, when I talked to a branding coach at that time, they were like, oh, YouTube is just a place to store your videos. Nobody really watches videos over there. It's just a hub to hold your videos. And I was glad that I didn't listen to that marketing person because I'm like, look, there's a kid that's playing, video games in his basement and he's making over $1 million, not that I thought my content was going to make $1 million, but I mean, come on. And my assumptions were right. I'm glad I fired that marketing coach or branding coach. But I want people to realize that YouTube is the second most used search engine in the United States. They use that after Google, it's YouTube. And then not only that, YouTube is now the #1 streaming service in the United States now for the second year. There used to be Netflix. Netflix used to knock them out of the water. Now everybody does, like, they're sick of Netflix. After the pandemonium, they're done. They want to watch YouTube and they want to watch real, authentic people. And you can even see that with TikTok. People show up with no makeup on. They don't care. They just want that connection with a real person that's going to give them real information. Even just the fact that you make a mistake in a video, people love to see that. What used to be the premium content creation, like on television, where everybody's polished and the studio lights, it's just not what people want on YouTube. Matter of fact, I've seen a guy that used to do that, try to do the more polished TV look, and his channel suffered. But when you just have a real conversation with your audience and you bring them that value, they want to be with you. They want to hang out with you. And it's served me and a lot of my students very well, very well. You not only can make tons of commissions because of your content, which that content lives on your YouTube channel forever. You can make money in other ways as well. All right. So you want to reach an audience on YouTube. You get free organic leads. Like, they're excited to work with you. Whenever I call anybody from my channel that has filled out the form, they always are like, oh my God, I can't believe you had time to talk to me. They think you're the most busy person in the whole entire world. And so they're really excited to work with you. And instead of chasing leads, they're coming to you, which is fantastic. It helps you build your brand as well. Like, everybody knows now that calls me, they're like, I know you work with affordable housing, but can you help me with my sale of my house, or help me find a real estate agent to help me, or a loan officer, whatever. Yes. That builds your brand. Like I told you earlier, there is monetization potential there. You don't have to just sell a house or close a loan to make money on YouTube. And then you also have impact and influence. I've actually been on News Nation twice now, talk about affordability problems, affordability issues. I've been in a book. Somebody wrote about me. I'm actually writing a book. It's amazing how many doors open just from doing something that you absolutely love to do, which is I love helping people that are having a hard time finding a house. And when I get them to find a house, I give them all these different options. It makes me cry sometimes. I'm like so excited for them. And so it's so much bigger than just making the video is all I'm saying is you do have impact and influence with the videos you create. So the whole thing is, if you've never had a YouTube channel, it's like, where do you start? Like I didn't know where to do. Like no one ever told me this. So I'm giving you the easy way into YouTube because I was making videos for everybody. I was making them about HOAs. I was making them about luxury homes. I was doing walkthrough tours. I was going to local restaurants and seeing when they opened up. And I'm like, hey, I know you just opened up this new restaurant. Can I film it? I mean, for a real estate channel, I didn't know what I was doing. But it wasn't until I identified my real estate superpower. And everybody has their own specialty. Not everybody is going to be really good at luxury listings, right? So you want to focus in on what it is that you're good at. Some people are going to be really good at working with people that are just FHA buyers. Some people are really good at, anything that has to do with rural development. You have a specialty that you want to tap into when you are doing your YouTube channel. And that mine just happened to be affordable housing options. So whenever you're trying to figure out what your real estate superpower is or your loan officer superpower is, really kind of take a step back and figure it out what the thing is that you're super passionate about in the business that you're working. That's all this means. It's just identify what that is, because content creation is going to be 10 times easier for you once you have identified what that is, because you'll be excited to film stuff. Back in the day when I was starting to film some of this stuff, I didn't really love talking about anything luxury. It wasn't my thing. And when I did it, you could tell I looked like I was like in a being held up at gunpoint, and I was so nervous. I did not do well. But when I went back to talking about, a manufactured housing or tiny homes or buying land, then I was 10 times more excited, and you could tell through the camera. So that will help you along the way. So identify your superpower first. All right. Then you need to find your avatar. I know you probably heard this before. Everybody knows what an avatar is, but if you don't, let me just break it down to you. Your avatar is your ideal audience member. You see all those other people in the audience, you don't care about them. You're not making content for them. You're only making content for one person. And I know you're probably like, one person? Are you kidding me? I'm not joking. I only make content for one specific person. That's it. And I named this person Frank because I already knew, most of the people that watch my content were in a certain age group, and I knew what kind of income they had. I break it down now so much that I know their political affiliation. I know what they watch on the weekends. I know what sports they're into. I know what tools they want to that you like to use. I know they like watching tool channels on YouTube. I know that I know so much about this specific person that when I'm making my content, I mention certain little things. I drop little things in my content where they go, oh my God, I can't believe she knew what that was. They think I'm in their brain because I only focus in on one person. That's it. That's all I'm making content for. All these other people, sure, they might watch, but I'm really dedicated to that one person. And I know that in your brain, you're thinking, well, I sell and I help all sorts of people, then I'm going to alienate all of the rest of them. No, you won't. No, you won't. You will not. It's just trying to get you to focus in on that one person, because there's millions of Franks across the country, right? That's it. There's millions of those. And you're connecting with those people. and then it just kind of flounders out. It just, it's like a perfume in the room. Just think about one person you're making content for. So you got your agent, you got your superpower, and now you have identified your avatar that you're making content for. Next is to understand your niche. And I'm pretty sure most of these people in this room are your loan officers, correct? Yeah, I'll just assume that you're mostly loan officers. So your niche is obviously going to be finding people a loan, but if you work with those boundaries of the specific type of person that are trying to find a loan, you're going to be better off, right? Is it a person that has a lot of wealth, so they need specific types of loans that they don't understand? Then you're making that kind of content for them. Understanding your avatar is going to really help you with understanding what your niche is. So, like you wouldn't make the, first-time home buyer grant type of content for a luxury homeowner, right? That person doesn't care about the first-time home buyer grants, right? So you really want to be very specific on what kind of niche you're going to be making this for your YouTube channel. I hope this makes sense. It's really hard when you don't have an audience to talk to. But what you really want to do is really understand who your audience is, and then understand your niche. So your niche would be, of course, loans, but then make that content specific to the person that you are making that content for. Okay. So every YouTube channel under the sun will make these titles that are supposedly SEO friendly. And they'll say like how to buy a house with an FHA loan, or how to buy a house with an RD loan. And yes, those titles can work, but if you want more eyeballs on your channel, you have to understand who your audience is and what your niche is. And if you make those titles for certain people, they're not going to connect with it. So understanding who that you're making these videos for, you'll understand what kind of titles that you need to make. For my specific audience on my channel, they like very sensational titles. And it wasn't until I was going through the old Winn-Dixie with my shopping cart that I realized that clicked in my brain what my avatar wanted. And because he was, like I said, he was watching all those tool channels, and they'll be like exposing the truth about Milwaukee. And I'm like, exposing the truth. It just wasn't clicking until I saw these rag magazines. And, as much as you might hate clickbait titles and all that stuff, people say, oh, that's clickbait. Blah. The thing is people click on that crap. As much as I hate it too, but people click on it. And there's nothing you can do about it. So, but I actually took these titles that I saw on the Inquirer and used that to test my theory. This is what Frank would want. And I've used that's the one in the middle, the secret stolen. I've used that and it worked. And the one that my Frank really loves is lies exposed. Matter of fact, the video I just put out yesterday, the thumbnail says lies right on it. Man, these people are clicking on it. They are clicking on it because that I understand who my avatar is, and I understand my niche, and I understand my superpower, which is trying to find the most affordable housing options. It just so happens that video is about buying a house on Amazon. So it works. And, you may not like it, and you may say, like, I'm never going to do titles like that because you're going to be on this moral high ground. But I'm going to let you know right now, what people like, what they click on is these kinds of exposing lies, horrors, those kinds of things. they like it. And you can, I know that, like, if it makes you uncomfortable, the thing is that when you say something like this, 5 lies about home buying, for instance, within the first few minutes of that video, clear up any conceptions about the title. One of the things that like was really popular on YouTube for a long time was people talking about a housing crash. And of course I had to address it, but within, I think it was like housing crash 2025 or housing crash 2021. And then the first few minutes of the video, I said, I know you've seen it all over YouTube. They say there's a housing crash, but let's really get into the true facts, right? So then you're basically clearing up any of the nonsense that you see from them clicking on the title within the first few minutes of the video. So it works. It drives traffic to your channel. I know you don't like it, but I don't either. Just one of those things that YouTube wants to hear from us. The other thing that YouTube wants to hear from us is about thumbnails. And believe it or not, which I thought was the dumbest thing in the whole entire world, is that little image that's on the front of all your videos makes a huge difference if people are going to click on it. We always like to, like you remember in school when they used to say, don't judge a book by its cover. Well, unfortunately, that's what they do. People judge a book by its cover, and they are attracted to the imagery that you use on those little thumbnails. And you have to spend a little bit of time seeing what is out there on YouTube, seeing what's working and what people click on. For a hot minute there, everybody's putting fire in those thumbnails. I'm guilty as charged. But the reason we did it is because people clicked on it. You got to do what people click on. Okay. So I was never really good at thumbnails. And I didn't really think they really made that much of a difference. I thought the Google machine was the reason why my videos weren't being watched. I was very bitter, and I actually spoke to a YouTube expert, and he said, oh, your thumbnails are terrible, and that's why no one's clicking on your content. And I was like, I thought it was great, because what I had originally seen was, you have to do a really bright background. Another YouTube coach which was a real estate agent, told me that, oh, you got to make your image really big and real obnoxious, so it stops the scroll and it grabs people's attention. And so the one on the left was what I was doing, because that's what I was told to do. And I thought it was great. I spent a lot of time trying to cut out that image of myself. And come to find out, that's not what people want. Shocking. I know, it's ugly anyway. But then I started realizing that you only have about 3 seconds to get people's attention. So you have to really put that into perspective. What will stop them from scrolling? So, my channel is about real estate. So I started using these signs that looked like a real estate sign and a picture of myself, and became a lot more serious about it, especially when we're talking about serious subjects like the theft of the American dream. And sure enough, that was what people really wanted. They wanted more shocking, more realistic faces. They wanted to see what this video was going to be about within a split second, where they didn't even have to understand what the title was about. Like, they saw this and they're like, wow, theft of the dream. What does that mean? So spend a little time on those thumbnails. I know it seems ridiculous, but it actually works. It wasn't until, like I said, I met with that person that said, your thumbnails are terrible. They're terrible. You're going to have to fix them. What I could do to fix them was I needed to understand how YouTube perceived my thumbnails themselves. So you want them to be very simple and show a lot of clarity. And I'm not an idea person. I wasn't never a graphic art designer. I'm sure none of you guys are in here are graphic art designers either, but I certainly could be inspired by other people that were a hell of a lot more successful on this platform than I was. And I wanted to get as many leads as this guy over here. His name is Graham Stephan. I don't know if you guys know who he is, but he's big on YouTube. And at that time when I did this video, I think I had like 10,000 subscribers. And I'm like, well, I can be inspired by his thumbnail. Obviously, this imagery of the fire works and the sign works. So what can I do to basically do the same thing, but not completely rip them off? That's like the worst, when somebody just copies your thumbnail and doesn't change it in any way. I decided, well, I'm going to basically do the same thing he did. and try to add a little bit more clarity to it. And sure enough, it worked. His video, he's a big YouTuber, by the way. I think he's like 5 million subscribers to his channel, something ridiculous like that. And at that time, in 11 months, he had 662 thousand views. And then in 8 months, my video got 875,000 views. So I was pretty proud of myself for a little tiny channel that my video beat out like the big guys, you know? And, I know all of this, like, you're just like, well, I just want to get leads. You know, I don't want to be a viral hit on YouTube. That just seems stupid. I get that, but more eyeballs on your content means more people picking up the phone and calling you without you having to do anything other than make a video. And it works. I wouldn't continue doing it if it didn't work. I have so many people that reach out to me every day, all day long. I'm like, it's so ridiculous to me. Like how my husband always says, I hacked the system, because I used to spend so much money on advertising and, you know, postcards, and I would deliver flowers to people's doors, you know, like I did everything under the sun. The door knocking, I did that, little me. I don't know if you know how tall I am. I'm like 5'2", and I used to go around knocking on doors. And then this is like, I make a video and the phone rings 10 times easier. My old broker was like, that's never going to work. Don't do it. And then it worked. It worked so well that I ended up helping a few people along the way. So this is one of my students. I just wanted you to see that her focus is on millennials. Her name is Jackie Baker. She's had a few viral hits as well. And she had the same unique problem that most of us are dreaming of having, which is she had so many leads coming in. She had to come up with a whole new system of trying to filter through them because she had too many coming in at one time. Her channel has blown up over the last year, and she did some really great things to make that happen. She focused in on her real estate superpower, which was first-time home buyers. She focused in on her niche. Her avatar, of course, is millennial, and she focused in on her niche, which is what kind of home should you buy when you're buying your first house, you know, like, so she has this whole series of homes you should never buy, you know, and she has been extremely successful about it. But I want to show you something else right after that. She wouldn't have been as successful as she was if she didn't have an accountability partner. And her accountability partner happens to be another student of mine, which her name is Jen Sylvester. And these two women meet every single week and discuss their strategies with who they're always discussing who their avatar is. They're always discussing who what their niche is. They're always having these conversations, you know, to improve their thumbnails. And you're probably thinking, wow, this is a lot of time just for a stupid YouTube channel. Well, they spend that much time because it actually does bring in the leads. So all that money and time that they would have spent on, cold calling and knocking on doors and doing all these other things, that money they would have spent on advertising, they're now spending it on creating a really good video and having these meetings with each other. I can't emphasize the importance of having an accountability partner with anything you're doing, no matter what the business is. Forget YouTube. Use that for anything in your industry that you need to be accountable for, because there's tons of crap that we don't want to do, but we have to do it anyway. And this helps you keep on track. These two women, if they didn't have each other, I know for a fact they would not be as successful as they are, because they help each other and they lift each other up. My accountability partner happens to be the person I spoke about right at the beginning, which was Joe Eves. And Joe and I have had it ups and downs, but he's been my accountability partner since 2019. He lives in Utah, by the way, not even anywhere close to us. But he's helped me stay on track when I needed it the most. And I do the same for him. So if you get nothing else from this, find somebody that you can have as an accountability partner. I don't care if you do YouTube or not. I can't stress to you how important it is. And if you guys want to know what my like accountability partner, how that call should go in the, let me know. I have a whole worksheet that we go through, and it's the same pattern every single time. So that way the next week you guys have productive call for that accountability. If you want that, let me know. I'll give it to you. All right. So we all have moments where we think that we've made a fantastic video. I know that I have. And I thought that when I put this video originally out, I was hitting all the nails on the head because I understood my superpower, which was somebody trying to find an affordable house and how they could do it. I understood my Frank. He likes sensational titles. I understood that, he liked that dramatic imagery. And so I put out this video, and this particular video, original thumbnail had it was like in a desert, and it had like a radioactive sign, and it had a tiny home in it. And I was like, oh, this is going to hit it right on the head. Frank's going to love this because it's so sensational. And the title says, never, absolutely never buy this type of land. Well, I kind of like pretty much told everybody what it was when I made the video, because I did that imagery. And of course, you're never going to buy that kind of land. Why would you buy that kind of land when it has toxic waste dump stuff on it? How stupid. And it wasn't until my accountability partner said to me, well, of course they're not going to buy that land. Why would they? Your imagery says toxic. And I was like, oh, well, yeah, you're right. He said, go ahead and just change it to a picture of something beautiful. And that will be the opposite of what they would think in their brain, because why wouldn't you want to buy this piece of land? It absolutely is gorgeous. And I'm like, okay. And I changed it, and then the video took off. So having those accountability partners to help you have like that second set of eyes, no matter what you do, is the smartest thing you could possibly do. Yeah. All right. Hi, Dion. Nice to see you. All right. So there's a lot of hoopla when it comes to what you need as far as equipment. And there are people that get lost in the sauce of what kinds of equipment that you're going to have. Please don't do this. Please don't go crazy. I'm telling you, and I'm not joking, and there's plenty of us out there. I started my YouTube channel, and I'm going to pull it out right here with this thing right here. Just my iPhone. And to this day, matter of fact, if you look at the video that I put out yesterday, to this day, I still use my iPhone. And the video I put out yesterday was filmed with an iPhone. The only thing I would say you really need to spend a lot of money on is a really good audio set, like just lapel pins. I'll show you this real quick. These right here are just this will clip to your shirt, and then you have the thing that clips to your phone, and this will give you nice crisp audio. That's more important than anything. The content you create is they just want to be able to hear what you have to say. And if you don't have a fancy studio or anything like that, please don't even worry about it. I've noticed today that most people like to see people out in the real world, out in the wild. They want to see the sunshine. So even if you only go outside to do your content, that is perfectly fine. People are really actually enjoy that. When it's in a studio, and I'm guilty of this, when it's in a studio, it can feel very stuffy and that you're talking at them. But if you're outside and you're walking around and you're showing them things as you're talking about, FHA loans, it just feels more personal, and it feels like almost like a FaceTime call that you're talking directly to them. And they actually really like that. So don't get hung up on specific types of equipment that you have to have. You don't have to have like a mirrorless camera and a ring light and all that other stuff. You really don't. Don't waste your time on that. The other thing is that you want to you may want to spend a little bit of money on some editing software if you can't afford to buy an editor. You can find some inexpensive ones, but they're not going to do that much for you. So editing software, you can get CapCut, I think, for a year for like $159. They have Final Cut Pro. It's very easy to learn how to edit. It takes time to get all the like fancy edits, but there's a guy that walks around on YouTube. He literally walks around with a freaking selfie stick, some sunglasses, a wife beater shirt, and he makes content, right? And his editing, I swear, it's like 3 cuts. That's it. He doesn't do anything special with his editing. It isn't about the edit or being fancy. It has to do with what you say out of your mouth. That's it. So, don't get hung up on the equipment. Just don't. All right, this is how I film all my videos. I think about these points in my video every single time. The length of the video, I try to always make it over 8 minutes and 30 seconds. The reason I say that is because YouTube has a job. YouTube's job is to sell more ads. And in order for them to sell more ads, your videos need to be over 8 minutes long. So I want to make YouTube happy by doing that so they can sell more ads. I try to make them at least over 8 minutes. All right, the first thing I always do with every single video is I think about the first 15 seconds, because that's about as much time, attention span as a person has to know if they want to watch the rest of the video. So instead of I know that you've probably seen this where people they talk about themselves in the first 15 seconds of a video. I talk about what they came there to watch. And that first 15 seconds, I will say something like, my most recent video was about Amazon lying to me about buying a tiny home. And I said to them right at the beginning, I just got scammed $10,000 from Amazon on a tiny home. And then I got right into the content. That was my hook. Got their attention to continue watching. So that's my hook. Then I re-engage the audience by asking them a question, because I want them to remain on the channel. So I asked them something like, would you continue buying something on Amazon? If you got scammed out of $10,000, let me know in the comments section. And then I get into the next point, which is the content itself. I always use about 5 different points within the content to explain what the video is going to be about, to hit all those points. So this was about Amazon houses. So I used 5 different Amazon houses, and I just explained everything that happened along the way. It's like telling a story. So I took them along the journey of everything I went through at 5 different stages of the video. And then I added a little extra bonus, which is I kind of try to knock them off their feet a little bit. And not only that, they kept another $10,000 on my credit card. So that's the little bonus. And then it isn't until the end of any of my videos, I tell them who I am and what I want from them. And with my students, I always tell them at the end of all the videos, you can say your name, and that's when you tell them how to contact you. That's when you give them your QR code on the screen. Because I don't know if you know this, most people are watching YouTube now on their television. 78% of my audience is from YouTube, is on television. They're not watching on their phones anymore. They're watching on TV. So I put a QR code at the end. I also give them a couple other videos to watch. And that's when I give them that strong call to action. I don't sell in my videos. I provide value, just like Michelin. Michelin wasn't selling tires with their maps or anything else. They were just selling the information. And then immediately they think about Michelin when your tires broke, right? They immediately think of me when they're going to buy a house or they're having trouble to buy a house. That's what all my content is about. And that's what Jackie's is about. And that's what Jen Sylvester's is about. Just provide that value. They're going to call. They're going to call. All right. So I know I told you about the equipment, and I know I told you not to sweat it, but this is one thing you may really want to consider. And this would be the biggest investment at that time if you're starting a brand new channel, and that's live streaming. And I know you're thinking to yourself, oh, live streaming, what the hell? What am I going to talk about? I get the most leads from live streaming itself. Now, if I just had a channel about live, that was just live streams, it wouldn't work. It's like a layer sandwich, right? I provided so much value on the content. The people that are watching my avatar, all those Franks are excited to talk to me live so they can ask their questions before they contact me. And then they can watch the show. We could talk about all these things together. I have a very interactive live stream. It always is about between 200 to 500 people that show up every single Sunday to talk about, all sorts of real estate related stuff, but it's always centered around affordable housing and trying to find an affordable home. I can't stress this enough that it wouldn't work if I just did live streams. You have to make the content in order to start doing live streams. Those live streams should be over an hour long. And I'm telling you, they will bring in a ton of leads. That was one of the things that we adjusted for Jackie Baker and for Jen Sylvester. And when they started incorporating that, that's when they really started seeing the lead flow. So buy yourself a good streaming. There's tons of them. This one's StreamYard. I use StreamYard. It's really simple to use. I strongly suggest start doing live streams. It will work. You'll love it. All right. So I know that there's a lot of Facebook groups out there, and like some of them are trying to spam you with a bunch of crap to buy and everything. My group is not like that. I run the Real Estate YouTube Mastermind. There's tons of lenders on there. There's all sorts of tons of YouTubers that will help you out on that channel, and no one's going to sell you anything. That's the whole idea. I just, again, provide you with a ton of value, and there's no hidden agenda in it at all. There's over 20,000 people in that group, and we're sharing ideas. We're collaborating with other people on what is working on YouTube today. It's a free group. You're more than welcome to join. I run it with Joe Eves, Malcolm Lawson, and myself. It's been there since 2019, 18, something like that. And I encourage you to join that group. It's really great. It's very helpful. And it doesn't matter what level of YouTube that you're trying to be at. It doesn't matter. There's people that are brand new in there, and there's people that are well seasoned like me, burnt to a crisp. So we're there to help. And you can ask anything related to YouTube there. If you're trying to sell anything in there, I'll boot you out. Sorry. No spammers, no scammers, not allowed. But I would love to help you with your YouTube journey. And go over there to YouTube. Like I said, go over there to Facebook. It's about me helping you. There's no hidden agenda. I'd love to help you. I don't know. Oh, this is just, I don't even know if you care, but this is one of our brand new students that I was just showing. I'm just showing you their, once they figured out what their avatar, their superpower was, they started figuring out, oh, well, now I'm getting views. So this was a video that he put out that specific day for the very first time. It was a brand new channel, and he had an old channel that he was just kind of making random content about. So then when he refocused and figured out who his avatar was, his superpower, and his niche was, he launches a new channel. This was the second or third video that came out, and he got over 2,000 views, and he got 12 subscribers, and he got a phone call from that particular video. So, this stuff does work. Here's another one. Same thing. I'll tell you what lifted this one up, though. It was the fact that he changed his thumbnail, the thumbnail imagery, that little picture. And again, he got a lead from this as well. And I know that you probably hear a lot of chatter and discussion, and you'll get a ton of emails from all sorts of people telling you that you need to have SEO and SEO ranking and to rank on Google and blah, 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 blah. Stop. Don't buy those services. And I'm not saying that SEO doesn't work. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that SEO, what on YouTube, is not what people think it is. Your video itself is the SEO. That's it. Like all that other stuff that they're telling you to put in your description and all the tags and all that other stuff that they sell you on to get you better ranking on YouTube is literally like a waste of money. It's just throwing money down the toilet. What you really want to do is create a video that attracts the audience, and the SEO follows because of what you said in the video. These AIs are very smart. You can't trick them by adding certain words to your descriptions or certain kinds of hashtags or any of that. That was, 2007 that worked. In today's world, the video itself is the SEO. So don't let anybody trap you into any of those kinds of paid services to make your videos more SEO rich. It's a waste, total waste. Most videos on YouTube are found in browse and suggested videos. YouTube search is very, very limited. So I just wanted to lets you see that. Oh, this was somebody that started their channel 30 days ago, and this is how many subscribers they got within those 30 days. Starting a brand new channel. I just wanted to share that with you. It can be done, because I know that a lot of people say, oh, the YouTube is so saturated now. Nobody's going to be able to, make it today, because it's already, there's tons of loan officers and real estate agents on YouTube. There, there's no possibilities. The ocean is vast. Anybody can be successful and get a ton of leads from YouTube. It doesn't matter. You're one video away from making it happen. The only way it's not going to happen is if you never even try. I've seen people come and go. Anybody can make it. Anybody. It's not because, I started in 2017 that, that's the reason why, I have success on YouTube today. I mean, it has a lot to do with it now because I understand it better, but anybody at any time can have a very successful channel if they even started picking up the camera today. It's not oversaturated. Don't let anybody tell you that. No social media site is oversaturated, for that matter. If you have any questions or you want to contact me, you can scan that little QR code. Hopefully this one still works. This might be an old one, but you can always reach out to me at info@christinasmallhorn.com. And then we have another email, team@realestatevideogeeks.com. If you're really interested in the AI stuff, my business partner, Joe Eves, has a whole, his brain it makes me look like a total moron, but he's really good at the AI stuff. And he has a lot of systems that helped a lot of the students that were on, that are in our group, our channel, with their systems of organizing the amount of leads that they come in. He also has another service that he does where has AI that answers your telephone. He understands AI better than anybody. So if you're looking to up your production and have it a lot less expensive, and you're wanting to tap into AI to help you, reach out to Joe Eves. So, and if you have any questions, this will be the time to ask them. Did I run over, or did I keep it within?
But we're just right on time.
Okay. All right. I hope this helped everybody.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's great to see YouTube is still working for folks. And there was one question, what do you talk about for a full hour when you're...
Fantastic question. So what I do is I find the headlines of what's happening in the real estate market today. So I find like 1 or 2 or 3 articles that cover that. And I just start fielding the questions, what I think that people are going to ask ahead of time. And when you're starting a brand new live stream, I know it's really nerve-wracking. So I actually made up questions. I didn't think anybody was going to show up, and they probably won't. So I made up questions ahead of time so I could just talk, So I put on the bottom,
right,
like, how can I get financing, with a mobile home was built in 1987? So then I explained all of that. Like, there was a real person, there was a real Frank sitting on the other side there. And I just talked to the camera. But I can make friends with a microphone. I'm like, but I just kept talking and talking and talking and talking. And I just pretended there were people there when I first started my live stream. And like I said, I made up the questions, and I had 3 or 4 articles of what was happening today. Like I took it from Google headlines. Yahoo has a bunch of it. I took it from realtor.com. I took a lot from Redfin. Anything that related to what I knew my avatar was interested in, I would have a few things. I'd make up those questions, and I really pushed it. I think my first live stream was only like 45 minutes, but if I could, that magic number is like right over an hour.
Okay. Awesome. All right.
By the way, you
thank
can
you very
turn
much.
those. One more tip though, you can turn those live streams into a podcast. So now you have like 2 for the price of 1. So that's what I do too. So I take those live streams, strip out the audio, and upload it as a podcast.
Awesome. That's a great idea. You got
All
to
right.
use your resources and get as much content out of everything you create.
Yep. Well, thank you, Mitchell. I appreciate you.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it. You did amazing. And we will talk soon.
All right. Good enough, friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. All right, everybody. I'm going to bring on our next speaker here. Give me 1 second to bring on Erik Lofholm. Erik, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, Mitchell, doing great. Great to be with you today and all the people participating.
Yeah, man, I'm excited to have you on board. Do you have slides you're going to use?
I do.
Okay. If you want to present them, it'll come to the backstage, and then I can throw them up there for you.
Okay. Let's see here. Just hit present. Okay, present. Let's see here. Do I share my screen or do I?
If you have slides, it'll say slides PDFs.
Okay.
And then you can click on that and then select them from your computer, or if it's Google Slides, it'll let you.
Okay. You know what? It's going to be too hard for my brain to wrap my head around all that. So I'll just present without the slides. No problem.
Okay. Awesome, man. Well, I'll tell you what, I will give you a second here to introduce yourself, and then I'll jump out of the way and let you have the stage.
Sounds great. Well, it's great to be with all of you here today. I've been in sales since 1992, and I've been teaching sales full-time to people all over the world since 1999. So I'm in my 27th year. I'm very passionate about sharing ideas that can help you set more appointments, close more deals, and we're going to have a really fantastic training today.
Yeah, one thing I found about the mortgage industry is a lot of people think they're in sales, but they're not very good at it. So, that's one thing that's not taught in this industry is sales. It's a sales industry, but we're taught guidelines, we're taught products, we're taught tech, we're taught everything except for sales. So that's exciting, man. So I'm going to get out of your way and let you have the stage.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to be with all of you here today. And what I want to piggyback on our previous speaker for just a moment. And one of the things that really matters in making sales is familiarity. So the more familiar somebody is with you, the more likely they are to do business with you. And probably a lot of you on this event here today, you're meeting me for the first time. And so if I want to do business with you, if I want to provide you coaching and training services, the more familiar you are with me, the more likely you are to do business with me. So in securing loans from people, the more familiar they are with you. And one of the ways to do that is YouTube. And forget the views for just a second. If all you did was create videos and share them with people in your existing network, or when you're prospecting new people and you share those videos, because what happens on video, like right now you're seeing me on video, so you get kind of a feel about my vibe, right? And I'm connecting with what Erik's saying, and I'm seeing his facial expressions and so forth. And so huge opportunity in YouTube, in addition to whatever the other views you would get from YouTube, aside from the views that you would create on your own. So I want to talk to you today about prospecting. And I'm here today as a result of prospecting. And if I have time, I'll get into that story. And I began my prospecting aspect of my career back in 1992. I was working for a company where I was doing phone sales, and I was the bottom producer. I didn't know anything about sales. They said, here's a bunch of leads, make your calls. They just kind of, threw me out into the fire, if you will. And I was the bottom producer for an entire year. I was put on quota probation at the end of my first year because I'd misquoted 2 months in a row. And I was told I had one more month or I was going to be let go. And it was at that time that I was introduced to my mentor, a gentleman named Dr. Donald Moyne, and I received professional sales training for the first time in my career. And with Dr. Moyne's ideas, I made my quota that month. The quota was 10,000 in gross sales. and I did 10,500. The following month, I did 51,000. I went from worst to first in 60 days, and I've never looked back. I've gone on to do millions and millions of dollars in sales. And what I learned from that experience is that selling is a learned skill. I then went on to work for Tony Robbins, and I was with Tony as an employee doing sales for him for 3 years in the mid 90s. And then in 1999, I started my current company, Erik Lofholm International. And our mission is to help people make more sales. And so the content that I'm going to go through today, I did over 100,000 cold calls to develop these ideas. And one of the things that I experienced, and maybe you're experiencing this, and perhaps what I'm about to tell you could create a breakthrough for you. And it has to do with anxiety around prospecting. And so early in my career, although I was doing, call after call after call, and I did, thousands of these calls, I was doing it with anxiety. And I had fear of rejection. And I've talked to salespeople all over the world, and I ask this question: if we know we need to be doing more prospecting, why don't we do it? And the most common answer is fear of rejection. And the challenge with having fear of rejection is the rhythm of prospecting is no, 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 yes. So let's say one of your strategies is to prospect real estate agents, and you want to go find, producing real estate agents and become their, number one or number two loan officer that they refer business to. Very common strategy in loans. And you're thinking, okay, I'm going to approach this already successful realtor, and they've already got a loan officer. So, and then you're kind of in your head about, the uncomfortableness of prospecting, because they're probably going to tell you, I already have a loan officer that I'm working with. And so, or if you're prospecting somebody to see if they have a need for loans right now, and the interest rate currently is probably higher than the rate that they had when they got the loan. And so you're like, oh, they're probably going to say no because the interest rate is higher. And so you talk yourself out of doing the prospecting in the first place. So the fear comes from looking at how is the other person going to respond. And we have evidence for this level of rejection. There's many times in your career you reached out to somebody and they said no to you. And so what I learned after 100,000 cold calls, and it's so simple, and it is to shift where you're pointing your thinking. So if I'm thinking over here, okay, of how they're going to respond, then they're probably going to say no, they're probably going to reject me in my head. Or I look over here at my activity, something I have total control over. So thought is the precursor to action. And I've been studying the mind now for over 30 years. And one of the things that I've discovered is that whatever I'm thinking, if I'm thinking over here in fear or worry or doubt, it's going to create a certain way. And that's kind of an abstract idea. But as you're going about your day, wherever your thinking is, if it's over here in fear and doubt, or if it's over here in faith and optimism and goals and achievement, it's going to impact how you feel, and it's going to impact how you perform. So what I ended up doing is I created a game. And there's an idea out there. It's an actual distinction called gamification. So I regularly go to Starbucks, and on Starbucks, if you order on the app, you get double points. So logically, if I want the most points, I need to put the order in on the app. So why is Starbucks doing that? Because they're guiding my behavior. They want me to behave a certain way. They want me to order on the app. Well, we can take gamification and you can apply it to your prospecting. So my game is 25 or more Monday through Friday. And what I count when I prospect, I count every text I send, every email I send, every direct message on social media, every walk-in, occasionally I'll do a walk-in, and every phone call. So every one of those I count as long as it's one-to-one. I also use software to do reach outs, but when I'm using software and I'm sending out thousands of messages, I'm not counting that as my own personal prospecting. So I want to personally do 25 or more Monday through Friday. And that's how I ended up being one of the speakers today, because I personally reached out to Mitchell, and I reached out to Mitchell because I got a referral, and I'll share about that here in just a little bit. So what I do is when I prospect, I focus on my activity, which is 25 or more. And here is the mantra. When I prospect, I win. When I book the appointment, I double win. I win no matter what. If you're taking notes, you might jot that down in your notes, or if somebody wants to type it into the chat. When I prospect, I win. When I book the appointment, I double win. I win no matter what. So here's what that means. Today, when I do my 25 reach outs, 25 wins. When I book, let's say I book 4 appointments today, 4 double wins. So I go 29-0, and I'm winning all day long. There's no losses. Where a lot of people, when they're getting quote unquote rejected, they're absorbing it, right? It's a negative, it's a loss. But I don't look at it in that way. And what this allows me to do is to fearlessly, boldly prospect anybody. And I'll share a story with you in a little bit about how I prospected an NBA Hall of Famer named Rick Barry, and what gave me the courage and confidence to prospect him. I literally cold prospected him, and I'll get to that story here in just a little bit. When you're doing your reach outs, some different types of reach outs. You can invite somebody to something, like you have an event or a Zoom. You can reach out to book an appointment. You can reach out to do a follow-up. You can reach out to, I call it a nurture touch. So if somebody you're prospecting, let's just say I was in your network and you were prospecting me, and I posted on Facebook and you happen to see it, that my daughter got straight A's on her college report card. And so I'm bragging about my daughter. Hey, look, congrats to my daughter. And, I'm flexing on that, right? So then you might reach out to me. Hey, Erik, I saw on Facebook that your daughter got straight A's in college. You must be so proud. Way to go. And that's a nurture touch. And it gets you top of mind for you. You're not trying to book an appointment there. It's just simply a nurture touch. So let me give you what I call the $50,000 mindset. And I'm going to give you an idea. It's very simple, and you can start doing it today. And if you do this, I believe this will get you an extra $50,000 in commissions or more between now and the end of your career. And it has to do with when you're following up with somebody in your pipeline. So you have this deal, it's in the pipeline. They've expressed interest about doing a loan with you. So you reach out to them and they say, call me on Tuesday, 4:00. And so you call them on Tuesday at 4 and they ghost you. You leave a message, they don't call you back. So then you muster up the courage and you call them the next day, or you email them the next day and they ghost you again. And this goes on for 3 or 4 reach outs. You reached out 3 or 4 times and they have not responded. So the question is, what do you do? And I have this $50,000 mindset, and it is follow up, follow up, follow up until they buy or die. Take the sale to a conclusion of a yes or a no. And I was referred into a company one time to do some business with them. And I called them on the referral and they didn't respond. And I called them again and they didn't respond. And I applied this philosophy of follow up till they buy or die. And on the 9th call, they answered. And I gave my pitch. And eventually I was able to get that deal to the finish line. It was a $25,000 deal. If I had stopped after 6 calls, it wouldn't have happened. If I had stopped after 8 calls, it wouldn't have happened. So it's that 9th call. And I've had this happen in my career over and over and over and over and over again, where I hung in there with that mindset, follow up till they buy or die. Take the sale to a conclusion of a yes or a no. So let me share with you how I ended up booking today's appointment. So Jeff referred me, and I was in a real estate meeting. It was a group of real estate agents, and it was an in-person meeting. And I do consulting for this company, so they asked me to sit in on the meeting. So I wasn't speaking like today. So I'm sitting in on this meeting, and they zoomed in a speaker named Jeff, and he was a business owner. And he was there talking about these services that he offers these real estate agents. And I said, I want to do business with that guy. And so I got his name, and I don't know, I looked him up. I got his email or his phone number somehow, some way. And I reached out to him. And I used sincere flattery. And sincere flattery is highly, highly persuasive. And so I said, hey, Jeff, I saw you speak today in the so-and-so real estate meeting. Loved your message. I'd enjoy getting to know you a little bit better. Can we set up a call? And he goes, sure. So my mindset is, if you want something, go get it. I don't wait for my phone to ring. I love it when my phone rings. When somebody calls me, hey, Erik, I'm looking for a coach or looking for a speaker, great. But I'm not waiting for my phone to ring. I'm going to proactively reach out. So I reached out to Jeff. We got the appointment set up. So here's your next golden nugget. Book a meeting in a meeting. This is a good best practice. Whenever you're meeting with somebody, book a follow-up meeting, even if it's a year out. You could say to somebody, you book this appointment with them and you're wrapping up the meeting, and you say, I like to do at least an annual check-in with all the people that I'm doing business with. Could we get something on the calendar for a year out from now? It's kind of like the dentist. You go to the dentist, and on the way out, they have you book your next teeth cleaning. You can easily, oftentimes, book a meeting in a meeting. So I had the meeting with Jeff over the phone, and then I booked the next meeting, and we ended up meeting in person. And so we did that because he lives in my community. That turned into, over time, Jeff hiring me and then referring me out to many people, including Mitchell. I probably got 10 speeches from this one relationship. And Jeff and I likely will do business together for the next 20 years. And the mindset, if you're taking notes, I'm going to give you $1 million mindset, and it's this. I take every relationship deeper. I take every relationship deeper. And I want to tell you a story about a loan officer that helped me on my second to last loan. So the most recent loan I did was a HELOC, and the loan before that was on my house. And so he helps me with the loan. He did a great job. And that loan closed. It's been several years, and I rarely ever hear from him. And he's not focused on relationship. At least he's not focused on relationship with me. So me as one of his clients, I feel that. If you go, hey, Erik, when's the last time your loan officer so-and-so contacted you? I go, it's been so long, I don't even remember. And I'm a speaker, and that doesn't make me special that I'm a speaker, but because I'm a speaker, I have a very large local network of over 1,000 people. I don't think he ever asked me for a referral. And whether he has or hasn't, there's been very little effort on building a long-term relationship with me. And so when I did the HELOC, I think I originally asked him if he did HELOCs, and at the time he didn't. And then eventually they started doing HELOCs. But in any event, I did the HELOC, and he has me set up on some kind of a notification where I don't know how this works. You guys would know because of what you do for a living. He got pinged when my credit got pulled, I guess, for the HELOC. And so he called me, hey, what's going on? I said, oh, I'm doing a HELOC with so-and-so. And at that point, it was too late. But beyond being late there, he wasn't focused on relationship. I'm telling you, as a customer of loans, relationships, they absolutely matter. What are the systems that you have to stay in touch with your clients? Are you connecting with them at least once a year, if not more? Are you staying in touch with them multiple ways through drip campaigns like email, direct mail? Do you acknowledge them on their birthday? Do you contact them on their loan anniversary? Hey, I'm reaching out. It's been a year, 2 years, 3 years. Today's your loan anniversary. Happy anniversary. I think that's a brilliant strategy. Great reason to reach out to people. And I have one final idea to share. And then I've got a couple of free things if any of you would like to stay in contact with me. And I want to tell you the story about Rick Barry. So my son, he's 23 now. When he was, let's see, I guess he was 15. When he was 15 and he was really into basketball and I was supporting him with the basketball. We'd go down to the gym sometimes at 6 o'clock in the morning and practice the shooting and the whole thing. And so anyway, I got this idea. Underhand free throw, NBA Hall of Famer Rick Barry, I wanted him to coach my son in basketball, do a one-on-one coaching session with him. And I didn't know Rick, and Rick didn't know me. And so I thought, okay, I need to find him. I don't have his contact information. I Google him, and I find him on Facebook of all places. And so off goes this message, a direct message on Facebook. We're not Facebook friends. And you might think, Erik, come on, you're going to direct message an NBA Hall of Famer. You're not even Facebook friends. There's no way that's going to work. So off goes this message. And if you were sitting next to me when I prospected him and you go, what are you doing? I go, I'm prospecting NBA Hall of Famer Rick Barry. And you go, oh, do you know Rick Barry? No. Oh, you're prospecting him over Facebook? Are you guys Facebook friends? No. Okay. So what do you think is going to happen? He's probably going to ignore me or respond back and say, I'm busy being Rick Barry. I don't have time to coach your son. Thanks for reaching out. In other words, it's not going to work. I'm not going to get a yes. So you're next to me when I send off the message and you go, Erik, if you don't think it's going to work, why are you doing it? And the answer is because it's possible. It's possible he's going to say yes. It's possible that we're going to have a memory of a lifetime to work one-on-one with Rick Barry. So off goes the message, and shockingly, he responded. And he said, I'm in Alaska on a fishing trip. Here's my cell phone. Call me on Tuesday. So I called him on Tuesday, and I got the deal to the finish line. I didn't know it at the time, but Rick Barry lives in Colorado. So I live in California. My son and I flew to Colorado to go and get trained by Rick Barry. And that was all about this mindset of putting my thinking over here. When I prospect, I win. When I book the appointment, I double win. I win no matter what. I wasn't over here of he's probably going to say no. Even though he probably was going to say no, I wasn't thinking that. Because thinking that is not going to motivate me to do the prospecting. I don't even pay attention to the possibility of the no. It doesn't even matter. When I prospect, I win. When I book the appointment, I double win. I win no matter what. So I'm going to put my cell phone in the chat. And I have, like our previous speaker, that is Erik Lofholm's cell phone. I have a community. And it's free. And it's called the Create Revenue Now Community. And it's focused on a mindset. And the mindset, it's all about the urgency of producing now. And, you know, one of the things I found with salespeople working with people like you now for, I'm in my 27th year of doing this, is that we don't always have the urgency that we need. And success is an everyday thing. So I'm a very urgent, motivated human being, and I love bringing that mindset to my community. And so we have all kinds of free, cool stuff that we do. And that's available to any of you. If you that's my cell phone I put in the chat. If you send me a text, then I will put you into the community, and there's no cost for that. The second thing I'd like to offer you is a free coaching session with my top coach. His name is Thomas Parkinson. He's been selling for over 20 years, and he loves coaching. and he loves working with people one-on-one. And so if you are interested in a Create Revenue Now coach and you'd like to have a free session, just shoot me a text and just say, hey, I'd like a coaching session, and I'll pair you up with Thomas. And with that, Mitchell, I'm going to turn the meeting back over to you.
Awesome, man. I appreciate you joining us and sharing your knowledge. And for everybody out there that's listening and is going to watch the replay, make sure you take advantage of these groups and free trainings and things like that people are offering you, because, we all can get better. And, a lot of people wishing rates would go down, like we said earlier. That may not be happening. So get better at your responsibilities and you'll close more loans. Awesome. Anybody have any questions for Erik? Erik, do you have anything else you want to share before we move on to our?
Well, I just want to thank you, Mitchell, for all your energy of putting this together for all of us speakers and all of us participants. It's extraordinary leadership, all the things that you do behind the scenes in order to make all this work for all of us. So I know I personally appreciate the opportunity. And I know I'm speaking for many people that are watching this. Thank you for putting all this together and organizing all these speakers so we can get the value.
Yeah, awesome, man. We got two more great speakers, Adam P. Smith and Shane Kidwell, both amazing trainers and coaches and, loan officers that are in the trenches with us doing the work. So excited to have them on. Anybody have any questions for Erik before, we still got about a few minutes here of Erik's time. I don't want to push him away too quickly. So anybody have any questions? It takes a minute sometimes for the chat to catch up. So give everybody a second here. Where are you located at, Erik?
I'm out in Rockland, California, which is basically Sacramento.
Oh, okay. I'm a big Kings fan.
Yeah, I grew up in the Bay Area, so I'm a Warrior fan, but we do go to the Kings games at times.
Yeah, I'm a Kings fan because Keegan Murray, he's an Iowa Hawkeye. So,
yeah, he is an up and coming guy for sure.
Yeah, he's a former Iowa Hawkeye, so we gotta support our Hawkeyes because we're from Iowa, and that's all. We don't have a pro sports team, so we follow our college team pretty heavy.
Nice.
I grew up a Pacer fan, so that that hurt the other day. It was my whole life waiting for that moment, and then Tyrese getting hurt, and
I know he was off to such a great start in that first quarter,
and he never does that. He's usually a facilitator early, and then gets hot in the second half. And to start off 3 for 3 from 3, I was like, okay, we got a shot at this, and then I feel like we're cursed, There was the brawl at the Palace, and that was our year. There, it's just it just seems like there's a curse on the Pacers. they just can't get there. No matter how many good teams they've had with Reggie and everything, it's tough. But that was fun to watch that run though. Tyrese, I mean, no one's ever done it like he did in that playoffs. Just game-winning shot after game-winning shot, and just the clutch. You just don't get that very often.
That's right.
Everybody wants to take that shot, but we only remember the ones that make it, and he made a lot of them.
Yeah,
he did in that playoff run. So
awesome,
man.
Well, the finals was amazing.
Oh yeah, that was crazy, and they seem to have one of those crazy games every round, where they just did something crazy to pull it out, a win, and going into Oklahoma City and winning game 1, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
I was wishing that the Sacramento would have got Chris Murray, Keegan's twin brother, but Portland had to steal him 1 pick before, and Sacramento said that they were taking him too.
Okay.
They said that he was their pick, but Portland stole him out from 1 round or 1 pick before them, took him, or else the Twins would have been reunited in Sacramento. So
yeah,
I'm sure they'll play together one day. I had their dad on one of my events before, and great guy, Iowa Hawkeye also, and they have the same manager and everything, and or same agent. So I think one day they'll they'll get to play together.
Mm-hmm.
So awesome, man. Well, I don't see any other questions, so I appreciate you joining us today. And if anybody has any questions, make sure you reach out to Erik. His phone number. And actually, you know what? Let me put this. I'm going to put this in our main chat here. Give me a second.
Yeah, I might have put it in the wrong one.
Nope, that's fine. I'm putting it in this one. There's Erik's cell phone number, for everybody. And then, reach out if you guys have any questions for him. And we look forward to speaking to you again soon, man.
Yeah, just shoot me a text if you're interested in the free community or the coaching session. Have a great rest of your conference, guys. Thanks, Mitchell.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everybody. We are going to bring on our next speaker. That is Adam P. Smith. So give me a second here to bring him on. How's it going?
And I'm on. Mitch, how are you, man?
Good, man. Welcome to the show. We are excited to have you. Coach, author, speaker, loan officer of many titles. You are out in Colorado, correct?
I am. I'm in Denver.
Denver. Awesome. How's the weather out there?
It's springtime in the Rockies. The joke is if you don't like the weather in Denver, wait a minute.
It'll change. Well, I'm in Iowa, and we're in like a weeks-long 90s plus, 90% humidity and, 74 dew point where you go outside and you sweat as soon as the door opens,
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it's been around here they say we have the highest humidity because it's called corn sweat. That's not a joke. That's a real scientific term.
Okay, it may be.
Yep.
I'm guessing you have worked as a detasseler at some point as well.
Oh yeah, I did that. And I paid my dues when I was a teenager. That's for sure. I think they got a lot more machines to do that stuff now. But every time you drive by a cornfield or bean field in Iowa, you will see random porta potties along the side of the road.
Perfect.
Awesome, man. Well, welcome. I appreciate you joining us. And I'll bring up your slides here, and then I'm just going to jump out of the way and get it moving here.
All right.
I was just reading your slide there.
Yeah. So that slide came about during the pandemic. For those of you that are watching, listening, can see that. And there were two things that really occurred while we were all stay at home. One of them is that I did a lot of cooking, a lot of baking, and subsequently a lot of eating. And then the other piece of that is I really lost, and I'll apologize in advance, but I really lost my filter. There isn't one between my brain and my mouth anymore. So you guys now get Adam plump and unfiltered. That's basically the gist behind that. But I do want to give everybody a little bit of background, and I know a lot of the speakers that are participating today and tomorrow in Mitch's event, and I've done this for Mitch once or twice. We've done this as speakers, presenters. We've done this as sponsors, so on and so forth. And a big thank you to Mitch and Build Your Empire for, continuing to have a relationship with us. We really, really dig that. The background I want to give you guys is that, yes, Mitch is right. I've been a speaker, a coach, and author for a good number of years now, probably about 15. Before that, a little more than 20 years ago, I started a mortgage brokerage and still do that. I am, as Mitch said, in the trenches. I still spend a lot of time originating loans. I do think it's important for people that are coaching loan originators, real estate agents, other salespeople to stay in tune with what's going on. But I'll be perfectly honest, when I started doing this, I started as a speaker for real estate agents because that was the belief. In order to be a good loan originator, you had to have real estate agents in your pocket. By the way, I don't believe that, and neither should you. And that in order to have them in your pocket, you had to get in front of them. And a lot of that here in Colorado goes on at title companies. There are loan originators teaching classes to real estate agents. And I went and took a couple, sat in a class. This is 20 years ago now, more, where there was a loan originator teaching real estate agents about how to read appraisals. And I was like, well, this is stupid. They don't need to know that. That's not their job. That's your job. got to be an anomaly. I'll sign up for another class. And there was a loan originator teaching real estate agents about VA loan products. And again, I was like, that's really your job. And their job is pretty complex as it is. But what would real estate agents really like to see? And this epiphany came over me, and it really isn't an epiphany, that all they really want is more buyers, more sellers, more contracts, more closings, more money. So I started putting together some content, and bear in mind, this is before there was social media or video and using the social media channels for distribution, so on and so forth. And it went over really well. Now, the underlying motivator there was that if I'm teaching agents how to get more deals, I'm going to see some of those deals, right? That's why we do it. That's why LOs are teaching to real estate agents to begin with. But then I started getting a lot of blowback from the mortgage originator community about why I'm not teaching this content to mortgage originators. And it is a slightly better fit, although in my mind, it is a very similar job: lead gen, client retention, so on and so forth. And it really blossomed from there. We started the coaching company. I've written a couple of books on the subject, one titled Just the Tips, the other Mindset Tools for Sales. And it's been a lot of fun since then. But I wanted you guys to have that background. I'm going to pay really close attention to the comments. So if you guys want to interact, ask questions, I'm going to race through this presentation because it's 30 minutes. Now we're down to 25. I want you guys to be able to ask questions. I do, just like our previous speaker, Erik, offer, this would be with me, not with one of his colleagues, but a free hour of coaching. So if there are any of these subjects that you guys want to cover, you want a little bit of help with, a little bit of guidance on, I'm happy to do it. My colleagues are happy to do it. There are people on my team that are better at some of these facets, modules, as we refer to them, than I am, but I will absolutely be happy to help you guys out. So interact as you please, and I'll get you the information on how to get a free hour on my calendar as well. All right. So the first thing we always do is play this game. If you want to follow us on Instagram at Just the Tips Coaching and tell me which of these three things is the lie. I was once an endurance race car driver. I am a fourth generation season ticket holder for the Denver Broncos. Mitch will love that because we do talk a lot of sports. And I was at one time in a much earlier, younger environment, a rock concert security guard. So if you guys want to follow us on Insta at Just the Tips Coaching and DM me which you think is the lie. If you're right, I've got a gift for you. And yeah, however many of you want to do that, no problem. We'll send that out to everybody. All right. A little bit of background about Just the Tips and what we work on. This is not what I'm going to talk to you guys about today because I do want to be very specific, very hands-on, give you guys some real things you can start to put to work. But we do talk about office ergonomics, workspace, how to be productive in the space that you're in, how to change the space to be more productive, contact and database management, calendar management, social media, video, tech, AI. We do have a lot of these modules. Podcasting. If you guys want to do a podcast, let me know. I'll help you get that set up. We have one that we've done every week for the most part for 8 years now called How I Met Your Mortgage. You can find that on Amazon, Apple, and Spotify. We do work on branding. We work on your bio. We work on writing, whether that's you being a source or a contributor or an actual author. Obviously, whatever you guys want to do in that sense. We do an enormous module on referral partner relationships, hence that background with the real estate agents, that kind of thing. Although I'll tell you true, if you guys ask me to make a list of the top 10 industries or professions that I think would make good referral partner relationships for loan originators, real estate agents might make the list. Top 10, I'm not sure I'd put real estate agents on it. If you guys want to talk more about that, we certainly can. Event planning, team structure, our goals for our one-on-one coaching clients. We do offer a lot of other things, but for our coaching clients, one, you got to get to a point where your business is strictly repeat and referral. We're not buying leads. We're not running ads. We don't have any money going out the door for that shit. The second one is to get you guys to a point where you're only doing things that you love to do or pay you well, high dollar activity. And then the third is to build a business that you can walk away from while it still pays you. And I don't care who you are or who you work for. If you're Nexa, if you're U-Mortgage, if you're a broker owner, if you're Fairway, it really doesn't matter. You have the opportunity to do that, to build a business that you can walk away from someday while it still pays you. So those are the pinnacles. All right. So today, like Mitch had said in all of the intro documentation that you guys have received over the last week or so, what I really want to focus on today is audience growth, building that, getting more people to consume more of your content, and how your contact database and your social media really can integrate that way. Okay. So first and foremost, please remember, we don't build, that should say build. We don't build on rented land. You guys all know this from a practicality standpoint, but you could wake up tomorrow and Facebook could be gone. Meta could be gone. You don't own it. You don't control it. Same with TikTok, same with LinkedIn. So do be cognizant of the fact that whatever you're doing to get more people to consume more of your content, your audience or audiences, that is, make sure you are being diverse, that your diversification in your lead gen and client retention activities are just that. Okay. Your contact database. This is a big one. All your social media activity should be in your contact database. We do have some methods on how to do that. I'll talk about it a little bit, but birthdays are great. You're notified of them in Facebook. You're notified of them in LinkedIn. Get that information. Get that contact information into your audience, into your database, and make sure that you are treating it as such. Again, your audience. More people consuming more of your content. Okay. So that's a big one. All right. Building up those audiences. These are just some quick nuggets. Don't ever decline Facebook friend requests. Just ignore them unless you do want to add them. For most of the social media platforms, Meta, certainly Facebook, 1,500 is a magic number. I can't imagine that you guys are taking the time to do this kind of work with Build Your Empire, and you are not already at that, but you'll see a big shift in the algorithm if you're not. If you guys aren't working on your social media algorithms and how to improve your edge rank and that kind of stuff, then we should probably talk about that. But I'm happy to do that with any of you that want to participate. Your LinkedIn audience, your Facebook audience is limited to 5,000 friends, not necessarily followers. That's unlimited. Your LinkedIn audience is limited to either 30 or 35,000. I can't remember which. I think it's 35. And that's an enormous number. That's a huge database. I am right at about 28,000, I think, 27,900 and change, somewhere in there. And it is a fantastic audience for me. So please take advantage of what goes on in LinkedIn. And then strategic followership on Insta, TikTok, Threads. By the way, Threads is enormous now. It has been recently one of the #1 downloaded social media apps. Please do pay attention to Threads and what's going on. I knew enough to go and establish a platform, establish an ID, a user account. And then obviously the integration of everything that goes on in Meta is very, very important. And all of a sudden the things I'm posting to Facebook, which automatically go to Insta, which automatically go to Threads, when you have that all set up properly, the followership, the interaction on Threads has been fantastic. But again, remember, if you spend time, if you're intentional with your social media work, like if you've read What to Post, fantastic book. If you're intentional with your social media, you're going to get more out of it. Okay. Separate business and personal profiles, business pages, business profiles, great activity for data storage, photo storage, although do pay attention to the fact that Meta has kind of maxed out their servers and they are now deleting your videos at a certain time. I want to say if they're 30 days old, I think is the number. But the important piece behind this, and there may be a slide in the future of this presentation that talks about it, is your audience knows what you do. They are more interested in who you are. Okay, so please focus on the who you are and not the what you do. They already know what you do. What we're doing in social media, what we're doing in contact management, what we're doing in whatever your content happens to be. If you're a networker and you like doing one-on-one, then whatever's coming out of your mouth is your content. If you're mailing out postcards, whatever's printed on there is your content. When I say more people consuming more of your content, I'm referring to everything. I know that term seems to link up to social media, at least in our heads, but when I say it, I really mean everything that you're doing, everything that your audience is seeing. But focus, please, on who you are. They know what you do. They're more interested in what you're like, what you're into, how you think. They're going to be attracted to that. You're going to attract people that think like you do, that like you, that trust you. It's going to make your transactions easier. If they trust you, they're going to trust your process. And an organic byproduct that we never even think about is that we're going to automatically repel people that we wouldn't want to work with anyway, the people that don't like us, that we're not going to like. We refer to that as the trash taking itself out. So please focus on the personal, not the business. Okay. If you guys don't have a Facebook audience fine-tuning tool, please ask me about it. I'm absolutely happy to tell you how that goes so that you can make sure that the 5,000 friends that you have on Facebook and are limited to are the perfect 5,000 people in that audience. Okay. Obviously, this is more than a highlight reel, but again, who you are, not what you do. Okay. Optimizing profiles, please, for the love of God, make sure that your profile pictures, your bios, all of these kinds of things are synonymous across all those platforms. I've got nearly 30,000 people I'm connected with on LinkedIn. They see something from me. Facebook's making friend suggestions to them. If my photos are the same, odds are so much better that they are going to recognize who I am, what I do, that will make for easier connections. Okay. So please make sure that that is synonymous across all platforms. Please make sure that that content is up to date. I know that there are a bunch of you, although mostly real estate agents, it seems, rather than loan originators, that are using 10, 20, even older profile pictures. I've got a real estate agent that I was working with a number of years ago. His profile picture had to be 25 years old, and I think he had a perm. And I don't know when that was popular, 1980, something to that effect. And yes, I'm old enough to remember it, so stick it. But please make sure that that goes on. All those links that you're able to post in your profiles, Facebook, LinkedIn, TikTok, Insta, make sure that those are working. And actually, it's going to be funny because I'm going to get to a link here in the slideshow somewhere, I know, that isn't going to work. So I'll correct it for you guys before we get there. All right. Know your audience. This is a big deal on social media and with your contact database. Know who your audience is when they're online, when they're consuming content. If you took your 5 very best clients historically and went and sought them out on Facebook and went and paid attention to when they were online, we obviously know from a psychological standpoint that the people who they spend the most time with are the ones that are like them. Odds are good that if you love a client, the people that they would refer to you are also people that you're going to love. Go see when those people you love are on social media. When are they consuming content? When are they posting? When are they creating content, for lack of a better term? Obviously, they're not all going to be content creators like you guys should be, but you can absolutely figure out when and where your audience is running on different platforms at different times. Please do take advantage of that. Facebook, we talked about a little bit. I'm just going to glaze over this because you guys probably know at this point what you need to be doing on Facebook, what kind of content that it needs to be organic, original. You can certainly put wins on their successes. But again, the who you are, not what you do. People want to know that you are a human, not just a mortgage machine. If you have a business page, and you should, flip that. Your personal page, make it personal. On your business page, make it business. And know that despite the size of your business page audience, that content isn't getting seen anywhere near as much just due to what those algorithms do. Okay. That's a big one. Insta, same kind of thing. Make sure that you are active. Make sure that you are putting out content. You know, it's funny. I'm going to stop here and interject. Years ago, I had the opportunity to speak in an event where Gary Vaynerchuk had been speaking. And he said something to me, to all of us, that was really profound, that you should be putting up 40 pieces of social media content across all platforms per day. Now, that's a Looney Tunes number, I know. And you guys aren't selling something interesting like wine. We're selling mortgages. That's not a sexy subject. We'd have a hard time finding subjects that are more boring than mortgages. Tax law, 1930s baseball stats. Sorry, Mitch, I know you're a big sports fan and baseball fan, but it's hard to find a subject that's more boring than mortgages, barring the few people that happen to be in the throes of getting a loan right at the moment. So come up with a number. Is it 16? And if we're cross posting, that's not that big a deal. Whatever it is, be consistent and constant about it. That's actually one of the subjects in Sales Mindset, or Sales Mindset Tools for Sales, the other book I wrote. Constancy and consistency. You guys can only do one video a week, then do one video a week, but do one video a week. All right. LinkedIn, same kind of thing. Make sure your LinkedIn profile is up to snuff. Make sure that that content is getting into your contact database, the connections, that is. But you guys have got to understand that LinkedIn is now your modern day resume. I mean, if I tell Alex, since I see you're on, if I tell somebody that they need to call Alex to get a mortgage, then they're going to go Google Alex. Because LinkedIn and Google have such a tight relationship, go Google yourself. Odds are good, if you have a robust LinkedIn profile, that you're going to be in the top 3. People are going to go look at that. It also happens to be an incredible avenue for advocates, right? You guys, we only work in 3 different types of contact categories. Clients, anybody that's done business with you. Leads, anybody that's going to do business with you. And advocates, anybody that could refer business to you. Now, the neat thing about what all of you guys do for a living is that that's everybody. Everybody wants, either owns real estate, wants to, or knows someone who does. So that advocate piece is huge, because the ability to get referrals, to get people to connect with you and refer business to you is huge. All right. TikTok, this one's obviously huge now. I'm not going to get into the oddities of what went on with the TikTok ban and the political crap that goes along with it, and what parts of our world are real and are cartoon, and how the TikTok ban was a period long enough for there to be a data migration to different servers. And if you ask experts at GoDaddy how they do that stuff, that's what you'd get back. I know it's weird, but definitely a valuable platform. One of the most popular, and I think some of the greatest loan originators on the planet right now, or at least in this country, have incredible TikTok profiles and platforms. They are doing some amazing work there. I think short form video is huge regardless right now. Does need to be a piece of your model, as does video, period. Whether it's milestone videos, production videos, streaming videos like we're doing right now with StreamYard, or short form. I think all of these things are very important. All right. Campaigns, please make sure that you're running these. Have a birthday campaign. Even bigger, have a review campaign. Incentivize people to write you reviews. Make it easy for them to do that. Holiday campaigns, also huge. I want you guys to know that our contact database in my office is, well, obviously tens of thousands at this point. And I touch every one of them somewhere between 40 and 70 times a year, most of it in a systemized, automated fashion. And a birthday campaign is a really big one of those. A holiday campaign is a really big one of those. Stay in front of them, top of mind kind of shit. Again, back to getting more people to consume more of your content. He who has the most friends wins. That's all there is to it. Guys, I can't stress this enough. More people consuming more of your content, huge when it comes to lead gen, client retention. Obviously, once that happens, you guys have to have good mortgage systems in place. We can talk about that too. I kind of have a Big Mac theory about how mortgages go. One person in my office pulls credit reports. They lay out the bun. The next person does the data entry, does the pricing. They put on the beef patties and the special sauce. Another person reviews, on and on. And obviously, at the end, we deliver a finished product. But that Big Mac in a box, or I guess they come in paper now, but whatever the case may be, I haven't had a Big Mac in quite a while. But in any case, the process that you have internally for the loans you've already originated is going to be important if you want a strict repeat and referral business. Okay. If you're not in a position where your clients and customers are getting an incredible experience, then the rest of it goes to shit. You're not going to get people using you again. You're not going to get people referring more people to you. So yes, we do need to work on systems. We do need to work on processes. We do need to figure out where the holes in that are. That's a theory that we refer to as fuck up faster. Figure out where the holes are in that. Where are the holes in the dike that you need to plug in order to make sure that all of the people that you do have in your pipeline are getting a great experience, so that you can get to that first pinnacle where your business is strictly repeat and referral, and hopefully mostly repeat clients and client referrals. I love referral partners. Thank you for referring me, XYZ buyer, XYZ borrower. However, I don't ever want my business to be impacted by whether or not somebody else is doing their lead gen work. It's absolutely unacceptable in my mind. I think it's very, very important that you guys understand that you have control of your own volume knob. You want to turn up the volume of business that you're doing? Great. Let's spend more time doing social media. Let's spend more time on the phone. Let's spend more time doing good video work, whatever the case may be, whatever you guys like as your lead gen tactics. But I know so many loan originators out there that are reliant on a real estate team referring them their business, and then the real estate team disbands, the lead retires, whatever the case may be, and it makes a significant impact on their business that you don't want, that you shouldn't have to suffer. So please bear in mind, you are in control of that if you're doing it properly. Okay. That QR code is going to give you guys the wrong information. So I am going to put my Calendly in the comments right now. Again, if you guys want to get on my calendar, talk about whatever, then I am happy to do that. I will gladly donate an hour to each and every one of you as far as that goes. That code is going to bring up our JTT Calendly, which we're not using anymore. I use my personal one at Adam P. Smith. So that's it. Man, did I compact a bit of content into a very short time. But yeah, there are all kinds of things that we're putting out there that you guys can take advantage of. And please feel free to do so. We do have our weekly podcast. It's called How I Met Your Mortgage. We do that as a video cast Monday mornings, 9:30 Pacific, 12:30 Eastern on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook. And 2 days later, it's up as a podcast on Amazon, Apple, and Spotify. Our video blog, The Weekly Little Tip, just a quick tip on something you guys could be doing to increase your business, get more leads, retain more clients, those kinds of things. That's also free. Copies of my books. There's all kinds of good content available at justthetipscoaching.com. So go and check that stuff out, and we will certainly help you guys with anything that you want. And I saved just a few minutes there. So if you guys have questions about any of this stuff, I know it's going to be kind of deer in the headlights sort of shit because I really raced through it. But I certainly want to give you guys a few things that you can immediately start putting to work, like building your social media audiences, fine-tuning your social media audiences. Those are going to be big ones. What kind of videos you guys should be doing? It's production, it's milestone. Please, if you guys aren't doing milestone videos, get on top of that right away. Huge time saver, huge trust builder, those kinds of things. Huge client retention activity right there. Streaming videos. Mitch, I love that you're using StreamYard. This is one of my favorite streaming platforms out there. If you guys would prefer something like an OBS, that's great. It's free. Take advantage of that. Again, the idea here is to use the tools you already have without spending any more money. In fact, that's how this all started. I'll go full circle here. That class I started teaching to real estate agents probably 25 years ago, close to it, Jesus, I'm old, was zero cost marketing for a repeat and referral business. That was actually the name of the class. So the idea here is to take advantage of the tools you guys already have. Just put them to better work, more regimented, more structured, more systemized, more automated, so that you guys can reap those benefits. How'd I do, Mitch?
Awesome, man. You did great. You still got a couple minutes here. So if anybody has any questions, for Adam, drop them in the comments. Yeah, and I love StreamYard. Now that I've figured it out, and what I like about it is they're always adding You know, they're always adding new features and
Are
making
you-
it better.
Are you taking advantage of the AI short form video clip generator that they're doing now?
I have not yet. No.
So when you're done with this for the day, you can go back into your recordings, and you guys, all of you can do this, and you should be doing streaming. Even if the video is not live like what we're doing right now, you can take production video, plug it into StreamYard, stream it out to whatever platforms you want, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube. That might be it, depending on where you are with any of the, well, even LinkedIn requires a certain amount of usage and followership to have the ability to do LinkedIn Live. But you can do that. You can set it up ahead of time. I probably have half a dozen videos queued up in my StreamYard at any given time, which is really, really handy and convenient. But when it's done, you can go back into the ones that you have in your library, and you can actually ask it to analyze the video and automatically generate short form video clips that you can then use for YouTube Shorts, Reels, TikTok. And it's an amazing new tool. Absolutely love tinkering with it. Yeah, StreamYard's constantly doing great upgrades.
Yeah, lately I've been using just their editing. You know, I was using CapCut, and then they added their own. So now I just go in after the event and just, you know, just chunk it up into each segment. And
it's good.
It's quick,
I haven't seen anything better than CapCut yet, but it is relatively new to StreamYard, so it'll improve as time goes on.
Right. Yeah, I'll have to check out that other one. Cool. Yeah, I've never tried the others, so I'll have to check out the AI and see if that clips those out for me. And you know, we're always looking for extra content, but it takes time to, even when you put on big events like this, there's a lot of effort and time into clipping it up and editing and posting.
And we don't see it. Yeah, you guys need to know that what Mitch has gone through to put this together, what he'll continue to go through to have post-event activity, post-event content is really huge. He certainly deserves the thanks and gratitude because, yeah, he's probably not slept for about a week, I'm guessing. And we'll probably have 3 or 4 more days of heavy work to do just to wrap this up and put all that content together. So yeah, thanks, man. I know this is tough.
Yeah, it's fun. It's exciting. We just keep pushing through and keep doing them and keep helping educate people. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. It's kind of an old Zig Ziglar mentality, right? You know,
right.
From Sales 101 from yester century. Help as many people as you can get what they want, and you'll get what you want.
Yep.
So,
absolutely.
Again, thanks for having me, buddy.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, we'll talk soon.
Yep. Talk to you later. All right, everybody, let's bring on our next sponsor. Michelle, are you back there? All right. We're going to bring on our next sponsor, and this is Michelle Hewitt from Hancock Processing. Michelle, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having us. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear what you got to tell us about Hancock. I know Tyler has been sponsoring these events, you know, since he started, and you guys have grown tremendously and doing amazing things. So I'm just here to you know, listen in and see what's going on over there.
Awesome, very cool. Well, thank you again. We're excited that we've been part of your building your empire for some time now, and I'm excited to be on here and share with you guys what we do. I know I only got a couple minutes. So a little bit about me. I've been in the industry 23 years, and I've held every position from loan officer to real estate agent to processor, director of operations. So I feel like I have a really good leg to stand on when I talk to you guys about what it is that we do and why we do what we do to help you build your business too. So I was a mortgage mortgage professional of America, Women of the Year last year in 2024. I've been to AIM. I'm hoping to present maybe this year. So if you guys are going to that, that's fantastic. But I'm going to dive in real quick about what we do here over at Hancock Processing. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm hoping I can grab the right one. I apologize. You know what? I think maybe I can. PDF from my computer. Sorry about that. I should have had this going already. I'm not super familiar with StreamYard on it, so I apologize for this quick little delay, but there we go. It's uploading. I don't know if any of you guys have processors right now, but kind of to dovetail on the previous speaker, you guys have to fill some holes in your business to continue to build your business and to get those referrals. And one of those things you need to do is have a processor, whether you have your own processor, or you are thinking about utilizing another third-party company. We are really kind of the stop for all of it. So I'm going to go over really quick just what we do and also why our processors love working here, why your processor might love working here as well. So we offer a couple different packages for you guys. We do everything from LOA all the way through compliance and QC at the end. In between, though, we've got different packages depending on what it is you're looking for. So package A, we've got 1095 disclosures through QC. Package B, you disclose it. We take it from there. C is our LOA system. We have our processors here become your LOAs. They help you get those applications in, get them completed, help you do income calculations, do all of those pieces. And then obviously we have our Streamline and Earls over there that are a little bit less expensive just due to the fact that they are a little less work on it. One of the reasons why Hancock Processing is continuing to grow and to do such amazing things is because of the processors and the support that we provide the processors. And that support then dovetails into supporting you and your clients to give them an amazing customer service experience, and then you can get those referrals. We really want you as loan officers to be out of the processing room. We want you to allow us to take that file for you, to trust us, to run with it, and to give your customers the best experience around in such a big transaction in their life. Really, we like to think of it that way. It's not just a file. It's not just a commission for us. It is a person behind that. It is a reputation. It is all of those pieces. So we want to continue to help you grow those parts of it. Some of the amazing things we do for our processors, it was just announced we are going to be doing hourly draws. We have commission, we have bonus, we have paid time off. There's some really fantastic things for our processors over here and for processors out there who are looking for a home. We also will take your processor. So maybe you've got a processor on your payroll and you just want to keep them because you built this relationship and you love them, but it's hard to do that. With us as a third party, it's a Section B fee. You can pass that on to your client and you can still keep your processor. So we've got a lot of options over here. I'm, happy to chat with anybody individually. You can give me a buzz. You can give me a call. Tyler's information is right there as well on that flyer. So we can go over in a little bit more detail. I just know we only have 5 minutes. So hopefully that was succinct enough. Mitch.
You did. I love it. You guys are crushing it over there. And the idea of, bringing on other teams' processors is genius because it eliminates that from their payroll. It allows you to feed, the processors more work, which is more money for them. So I think it's a smart thing to look at if you are running a team or running a company, retail or, broker.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also gives them some support. A lot of us processors work remotely and we work from home. So having a community, which really is Hancock Processing, is a community to bring your processor over to us to kind of fold into that is a really great idea. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate the time.
I know you, how long have you been working there? I know you were kind of brought on by Tyler recently.
Yeah, so I've been here, I think actually today is my 7-month anniversary. So I've been here 7 months. It's gone by super fast. Tyler has been a phenomenal leader for all of the processors, but he's also just one of the best guys you'll ever meet. So I'm really excited that I landed here.
You know what they say, if you want to build good character and a good human being, make them a wrestler.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from. I've never met a former, high school or college wrestler that's really a bad person. The wrestling teaches you a lot on the mat. You learn a lot. So that's awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Michelle. Thank you again for sponsoring the event. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. I'm going to bring on our final session of the day. Going to be joined by two of the best dudes in this industry, Mr. Shane Kidwell and Coach Kyle Draper. How's it going, boys?
What's up, my guy?
Doing incredible. Happy to be here, Mitch.
I'm excited to see you.
Hey,
two.
why
you
do you go by Mitchell now? Have you elevated yourself?
Yeah, it's more professional. You know, I'm trying to elevate my business. You know, no,
I like it.
It really started because, you know, when I went Facebook with the blue check, I had to go by my real name.
Oh,
and then everybody just started calling me Mitchell, and then I just went with it.
I'm not calling
I had a friend in high school. His name was.
I'm calling you Mitch, and I'm never changing that, and I'm stubborn. So, Dad, I haven't seen you talk about Caitlin Clark in at least a day. So I just wanted to make sure if you're being held hostage, just tug on your right ear.
You know, we had that Dewana Bonner join the team, and then she lost her starting job, and you know, and now all of a sudden she quit the team. She wasn't playing for personal reasons.
I know one WNBA player.
Dude.
And when you said that other person, I don't even have enough time.
Mitch, I know Dewana Bonner.
Okay.
And I know the drama. So
if there was a Netflix series about the WNBA, I'd be an expert on it. But because there isn't, I'm not. Well, listen, like we're excited to be here.
Drama in the WNBA to create a Netflix series, so it might be coming out soon.
There's enough.
Well, I'm excited to have you guys.
Well, we're gonna take this hostage and just get going, Mitch, if we can.
Okay. Yeah,
I would love it. So you call it the end of the
me.
day. I call it the beginning of the day. I mean, for me, we're just getting started here on the West Coast. So I don't know when you started this thing, but I was real biased against West Coast people. I just want to throw that out there one time.
7 a.m. West Coast time.
All right. Okay.
Shane is salty today.
I'm salty, bro.
I am on Central Time, and I just think everybody does. You know, like it's just my mentality that everyone is.
Central Time should be the universal time, probably.
Yeah. I mean, it is called Central.
Would you guys, other than Mitch and Kyle, because I don't care to get where your guys' opinion right now, I want to know where everyone else is right now. What city are you in?
Come on, where's the people at?
Yeah, it's time. We got to kind of wake up the crowd. It's the last one of the day. We were supposed to be first, and then he put us last, you know. But Iowa. Okay, that's you.
That's biblical. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. So,
all right. Well,
here we are.
Well, we're excited to be here. I think this is something that you could look at social media. And you could say to yourself, been there, done that, heard this, you know, this is outdated. It's been retread information that we're all experts on by now. And you would be completely wrong. And that's not because of you. It's because our industry was never taught how to build authentic connection. We weren't taught how to show up with legitimate authenticity. We weren't taught to understand the psychology of our audiences for some of you. And so what we're going to do over the next 30 to 45 minutes is break down why we believe that most loan officers are failing online. And certainly there are a few that aren't. And we're going to touch on, I think, why they aren't. And we're going to give you not only some things to take away to think about. Ultimately, we want you to win. We want you to be able to leverage social media as the number one. I would say it's the number one platform to leverage at little to no cost to grow your business.
Yep.
And in a market where resources are tight, where every lead matters, every interaction counts, intentionality is huge. And so what we want to do is just walk you through this to help you get to a place where you are not losing online. And hopefully by the end of this, you'll be in a place where that can happen. Because the reality is most loan officers are failing. And really what they're feeling isn't failure, it's frustration. because of this effort versus loyalty dynamic that we have. That's a crisis. And if you're like me, I got in the industry, I got licensed at the end of 2009, really got started at the beginning of 2010, didn't get my first real break until 2014. And so for 4 years, I was just grinding out conversations, appointments, begging people to send me business. And I was operating from a place of desperation. I was operating from a place where I wasn't really showing up as myself. I was showing up and saying, and I wasn't even doing this out loud. My internal voice would say, I'd sit across from Kyle and I would say, who does Kyle need me to be today so that Kyle will send me a lead? And that's a place of desperation that nobody likes to be in. And so what happens is when you do that, you're putting in a tremendous amount of effort to grow a business. You're stepping onto that roller coaster, probably not tightening the seatbelt well enough. And then you're going up and down and you've got all this effort and you think that's going to convert and then it doesn't. And you lose that deal and you're counting on that $1 million deal back in 2010 that's going to make up for the last 3 months of lack of. And then you spend all this time on a weekend and you're sacrificing personal time. You're going from one job to another job. And then the agent demonstrates a complete lack of loyalty. And so we have a crisis where we're putting in all this effort, we're doing all these things, and we're getting little to no consistent result. If we lied to ourselves, we could find a deal and be like, oh yeah, look, that one deal, look, see, it's all been worth it. And yet the reality is if I said to you, Kyle, can you go ahead and replicate that for me so we can do that again next month? You couldn't do it.
Right.
You're not in control of your revenue. And so what we've really, Kyle and I, after building, friendship and digging in on this thing and coaching our people for now quite a bit of time, interviewing people on our podcast, speaking across the country, meeting with loan officers, thousands of them, you just are showing up incorrectly online. And so that's why you're getting treated incorrectly. You're showing up incorrectly. And so we're not showing up as ourselves because the reality is, and this is what's frustrating for Kyle and I, each one of you is extremely unique. You have a story and you bring tremendous value. And Mitch, if I would, I'd like you to ask, could you turn off the comments on the screen here? At least I can see it. It's right on the bottom right there. If you could turn that off, that'd be great. Cause we got value right there and there might be a QR code for $1,000 free gift. And so this is just something, Kyle, that we've been dealing with. And it's really why we built this series on how to show up online.
Yeah. And, I think as we jump into this, you have to understand that I don't even believe it's your fault that you suck at this.
Yeah.
Because in every mortgage office I've ever walked into, with just about every mortgage leader I've ever spoke with, they've all poorly educated you, the LO, on how to show up online coming from a place of contribution. And so you have been told your value is in the uniqueness of our company. And so every company, their value is price, their value is speed, their value is culture, right? All these things, product. But at the end of the day, Shane, what you and I know to be true and what everyone has experienced, whether you've been able to verbalize it or not, is the realtor partner and the consumer don't give a crap about those things. They want to work with people they can trust. And trust has never been established by just talking about speed, price, efficiency. There has to be the human algorithm in place, which is something that we coach on inside of the program. And I've been teaching this, Shane, for a decade. You and I have been doing this together for almost 2 years. And I really do believe that the next few slides that we're going to take people through is a significantly profound way that you have not seen social media before that is going to provide revelation to you to go, oh my gosh, now I get it. And we hope that you'll show up different from it.
Yeah, because The reality is, Kyle, is when we show up online, we, the average LO, the average agent, the people who have been told by our companies, it's about our products, it's about our speed, it's about our price, whatever those are. And they weren't taught either.
Right.
Mortgage companies are built and designed by LOs who worked hard and had some luck and became successful. They're just a little bit farther down the river than we are. And the reality is this has created an identity crisis. The problem is we're told we have to show up on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and TikTok. And yet we don't know who we are. We don't understand our goals, and we haven't identified the audience, like the persona that we want to show up so that we can support the audience and their basic needs. And so we just mimic other people. It's like when you cringe and you see, that person on TikTok doing a dance that a 20-year-old did, and you're going, that ain't landing well coming from you. They don't understand the platform. They don't understand the goal of the audience and the goal of that audience. And what you said is, this is the problem. So we want to push our wares. It's the shoe salesman selling shoes to people who own a shoe company, or to people who just bought new shoes and aren't thinking about shoes. It's the person selling you on an oil change when you're not thinking about getting an oil change. People don't think about your product until they need your product.
Right.
And so what we've done is we've said, I've got to push product. Well, then we go, no, shoot, I see that guy online and he's like an influencer, and okay, I gotta motivate. Okay, cool. I'm gonna start motivating. They go, oh shoot, yeah, I gotta start giving people leads. And so we try that. We are a one-man band, frantically running around the state fair looking for somebody to put a coin in our can.
Yep.
How does that feel?
Not good.
Let the obvious be your guide. If what you're doing online isn't creating sustained revenue by having fun and being yourself and blessing other people, you shouldn't be doing it.
Yep.
And so what we want to get into is just kind of understanding that really we believe that you have mimicked one of three personalities, one of three identities. And the reality is it's time to choose. It's time to choose how you're going to show up online. And we're going to talk through three. Two of the three we think are more difficult for you to win at, but we can also find people living into that identity who are winning. And so our goal here is to say, hey, listen, your business is probably on life support. And instead of learning something that takes years to master, which you may never be able to master, Kyle is a naturally gifted public speaker. To show up as someone of influence and stand on a stage, you just may not be able to do it. And so what we want to do is identify and walk through these personalities. And then we want to give you a solution to the problem so that you can go out today.
That's right.
And create a more compelling offer. Because what we know about social media, and I have a guy in my life who just crushes it from the perspective of engaging with people online. He's probably on social media. Like if you looked at his phone activity, he's probably on social media 8 hours a day. Like he crushes it. If the definition of crushing it online is simply showing up and like vomiting things on people. And yet I know he's dead broke. I know he's had to shift his resume multiple times to try to keep money coming in the door for his family. And so what we want to do is walk through how you take this identity, you live into it, and it's got to fit you. And then you take the online, offline so that you can start to create friendship, start to create partnership, which is going to lead to consistent revenue. That's right. And that's where this becomes powerful. So first and foremost, when you're online, a lot of people want to be known as a mentor, an influencer. These are the people who, and what I put in here, which is so important to not gloss over, is they haphazardly approach this. They see a Gary Vee, or they see an Alex Hormozi, or a Tony Robbins, or just somebody in your local market. Maybe you see Kyle and you go, oh yeah. Okay. I can get on a stage. My local board of realtors will let me pay to be on a stage. I'm just going to go do that and be considered a mentor. And so they haphazardly approach this, but you don't have the resume, the quality of content, or the intentional approach to pull it off. And the reality is you're probably doing this approach while also trying to be multiple other personalities. You have a split personality. You have the chameleon syndrome, where you're just trying to be, and again, it's going back to that mimicking of other people to just be something instead of just living into yourself. Right. And I would challenge you, take off the suit, put on the backwards hat and the hoodie, or whatever your identity would be, and live into that. Now, this isn't to say that mentors online aren't winning. They absolutely are. Mentors are the people where people are reaching out to them saying, Kyle, I'd like to pay you $1,000 for an hour of your time to get your opinion on something that's pivotal for my business. It's the people that are paid $10, $20, $50, $100,000 to speak on stage. It's the people who their Stripe accounts are pinging with revenue. It's the residual impact of their influence over others. And this is something that some people can do. But again, if you go back and look at Gary Vee 20 years ago, he's not the Gary Vee he is today.
Yeah.
He's a wine salesman poorly advertising on Google, who then through effort, through opportunity, through luck, through perseverance, through creativity, through not giving a crap what people think and just being there before the market was, he became a mentor. But you don't just overnight become a mentor. This is something that takes years of maturation. And so those of you right now who really want to become a mentor, that's fine. The question you need to ask yourself is, who do I need to become so that people see me as a person of influence?
Well, and Shane, I want to add two quick thoughts to this mentor piece before we introduce the next one. The first thing is this: good mentors can speak from a place of pain. Most people that I see in the lending space attempting to be a mentor, they only want to talk about their highlight reel. They only want people to think the absolute best of them. And they don't want to tell any of the stories of when they sucked, when they fell down, when they made the wrong decision. And so good mentors don't typically have big egos, because bad decisions crushed that ego a long time ago. And it's been their humility that allowed them to crawl back up to the top of the mountain. And so I think that's a big, big piece to this. Also, good mentors are never absent. If anybody has ever had a good mentor, they're available whenever you need them, right? Shane, you and I both have people in our lives that at 11 p.m. you could call and they're going to answer, right? Like, we've had people like that. And so in this capacity, you can't be the mentor, but go, yeah, I do a video every couple of weeks. You know, like I post about something personal every once in a while. You've got to be present in people's lives to carry this persona. And that's why this is a harder persona to do well, because it really requires a lot of you. And for a lot of mentors, like all the people you just named, their willingness to show up on social media is partially a passion project. Like, they want to see people win so badly that they're going to show up constantly being available.
Yeah, I think there's a consistency and a vulnerability that most people in our industry, and this was me for many, many years, don't have.
Yeah.
And so you've got to ask yourself, and again, what we're talking about is the fact that you're showing up, mimicking someone else's behavior and persona, expecting to get the same result they're getting. That is the definition of stupidity, insanity, and it will never give you the result you want. And sorry to speak the hard, direct line here, but we want you to be able to do the least amount to get the most.
That's right.
And so it would be unwise of us as coaches to say, hey, here's the deal. You can take this spoon and go down to the river and eventually fill up your water bottle. When I can just say, hey, I've actually got a tap right over here you can just tap right into.
Yep.
Like, that would be foolish. And so what we're really wanting to drive home is, most of you are trying to show up as all of these people and failing at all three. And it's really important to identify how people show up online so that you can, again, it's not a problem to say, I really respect what David Goggins did. David was my personal coach for 11 months. And there's certainly things that I had in me that David brought out that now are just me. And David's more than most people considered a mentor, an influencer, and an authority, right?
Yeah.
And so it's really important. But the reality is this second personality, this second identity is the one that really, really, really drives home your current failures.
And should be avoided at all costs.
And the reason it should be avoided isn't because there aren't people doing it successfully. For you to do it successfully, you would have to show up in a way that most people can't, most people won't, and most people shouldn't.
Yeah.
And the problem with being, and we can go to this, the problem with being a vendor, because the reality is, and I love this picture, deep down, people who show up as vendors feel exactly like this guy.
Yeah.
The problem with being a vendor is you're one offer away from being replaced every single day. And you know it. You know it because here's how we as loan officers show up as vendors. We get online and we celebrate a closing. And we try to have this false humility where it's like, I'm celebrating Kyle on closing his home loan when the goal actually is for somebody to see that, be reminded that I close loans and indirectly want to work with me because I poorly communicated about Kyle's successful closing. It's posting about interest rate changes from the Fed as though the average U.S. citizen cares or even understands what that means.
Right.
It's about pushing products, 2-1 buy downs, renovation loans, DSCR, as though somebody who doesn't have an investment property, doesn't want an investment property, just bought their home 6 months ago and just started a new job as a school teacher, gives a rat's ass about investment properties. Again, it would be like my amazing oil change company marketing the price of a barrel of oil every day, talking about the newest viscosity that just came out on the market. I don't care until my check engine light comes on or my oil reminder light comes on, or I see the sticker and my mileage exceeds the mileage on that sticker. So again, it's not that people can't be vendors online. And most of you have been told by your companies, have a business page, talk about products. The reality is you're cheapening your authentic self every time you do this, unless you have the best rate, the best product that identically matches the audience's need. Because if you have that, and every so often somebody hits a hole-in-one on a golf course, it's rare, but it does happen. We would never say that that's what we should expect to happen every time I swing a golf club.
Right.
And yet that's what you're actually doing when you show up online as a vendor. When I say, hey guys, this just in, I got a new 5-star review on, I don't even want to say the name of it. The one platform that automatically posts your review with 0 context, 0 story, 0 authenticity. It's garbage. I had like 1,200 of those reviews and I didn't receive even 12 cents off of them because again, you're just projecting being a vendor.
Yep.
The other component to being a vendor, and I briefly touched on this at the very beginning, is you have distinct audiences on your Facebook feed, inside of your Instagram profile, consuming your videos on TikTok, reading what you're writing on LinkedIn. You might have an audience that's real estate agents. And what do we know without a doubt real estate agents want? What are their 3 primary drivers? They want to make more money. They want to have more time, work less, and they want to have more notoriety, become famous. If those are the 3 things they want, they really don't care about your renovation loan. They just want their client who's been shopping with them for 6 months to get off their ass, make an offer on a property they can actually get accepted on so that it can close, so that they can get a check in the mail or pick it up at the title office. And so they're indirectly leveraging your product, but the goal, the outcome they want is not to use your product. If I sat a group of 100 real estate agents down today and say, guys, I'm going to ask you a question, and as long as you're honest, I'm going to give each of you $1,000. So we could guarantee their honesty. And I said to them, Kyle, I'm going to give you 2 options. You can only pick one. Today, I'm going to give you a buyer who has a property identified that has enough cash to make a compelling offer today that will be accepted and will close in the next 5 days, or somebody who's leveraging financing with a lender I may or may not know that has hundreds of variables that could impact whether or not they actually close and needs 30 to 60 days to close. Which one would they choose 100 times out of 100? The all cash offer. And so the reality is they don't want us involved in their transaction. They just have to have us because most people don't have enough money. And so when we get online and we post our product updates, our rate updates, and every so often somebody say, thanks for this. Hey, that was great. They'll respond to the email with a lead. We get this false sense of hope because we just hit a hole in one. But the reality is that's not what they want. What they want, what everyone wants, is they want us to help them get what they want.
Yeah.
And that's, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was to say, Shane, I think a great identifier of this is if you're the LO that regularly uses corporate content for your social media, or you've said, yeah, corporate takes care of that. They post on all of our pages a couple times a week. If that's ever been true of you, you are, I hate to say it this way, but the worst kind of vendor. That not only are you a vendor, but you're a vendor that doesn't even care that you're a vendor. And you're just trying to blindly push this aside because you see no value in it. And it's a scary place to be.
Well, and what's crazy about that, again, the problem is that there are actually really good vendors out there. There are people right now online with hundreds of thousands of followers that every day on Instagram are pushing their strategic business message. Now they understand that what people want is freedom, leverage, stability. They understand that the emotional outcome is not the loan. The loan is the means to the end, and they understand that and they market that effectively. They are experts at this. Here's something to think about because you don't want to be a vendor. And I know you don't want to be a vendor because I didn't want to be one either. Imagine if you go to coffee and you're sitting down with a friend that you haven't seen in 10 years. And that friend, and I had this happen in my life. I had a friend who was a fireman friend of mine, and we just lost touch. He got a girlfriend, and I was married, and she was kind of weird, and we just stopped hanging out. I hadn't seen the guy in 10 years, and he had been one of my best friends. I hadn't seen one of my top 5 best friends. Spent tons of time with this guy. He was in fact, he was one of my groomsmen in my wedding.
Wow.
Hadn't heard from him. And to be honest, that hurt, right? Like I always kind of wondered what happened. Like, why did the guy stop putting effort into our friendship? And then lo and behold, out of the blue, he texted me and said, hey man, life has changed. My dad passed away. It caused me to reflect. How have you been? Would love to catch up. And I'm thinking, dude, this is awesome. He wants to catch up. He wants to apologize. I'm going to finally figure out why he, kind of dropped the ball. Man, I've had a lot happen in my life since then, and a lot I'd love to share with him. And it'd be great to have somebody who could listen. And so we go out to lunch. And within about 3 minutes, maybe less, he's like, so how'd you grow your business? And man, like, well, how did you start generating leads? And like, well, how much money were you able to make? And I just instantly in my head, that voice said, oh my gosh, he's just here to figure out how I succeeded in lending. He hadn't asked me a single question about myself. He identified himself as a vendor, and he made me feel like a cheap piece of meat. And I instantly in my head disengaged and was just thinking, man, what a bummer. Yeah. Like, I wonder how quickly I can get out of here because there's going to be traffic driving home. I'm not looking to stay for hours and catch up with this guy because I just feel used. The reality is we don't want to feel that way. We don't want to project that. And secondly, and lastly, before we move on, we don't want to be vendors, because the problem is when we actually work our tails off and get an agent to actually agree to take the online offline and meet for coffee, they still think you're a vendor, but they've just been told that they need to refer to 3, or they just feel bad, or they have nothing to do, or they tell themselves that their current vendor lender sucks. And so maybe they need a slightly less sucky vendor lender. So they meet for coffee. And within seconds, they do the same thing that my quote unquote friend did to me. So Kyle, do you have one-time closed construction loans? How competitive are your ARM prices? Do you work weekends? What happens if I need you to update a pre-approval letter on a Sunday? They're treating you like a cheap piece of meat.
That's it.
And as soon as they do that, like, that's when you know that you need to refine how you present yourself online to be more of a connector.
That's it.
Because the reality is if you can be a mentor, you can win. You can increase your dollar per hour more if you can effectively be a mentor than any other persona. The problem is, as we talked about, most people don't have the willingness to be raw, fully vulnerable, share their faults, share into their insecurities, and then translate that internal story externally in a way that people gravitate towards. Most people just show up as a vendor. Here's my rate, and as the market moves, I become less or more valuable as a vendor. Here's my product. When my company takes that product away, I'm pissed. Now I'm looking for a new home that has one-time closed construction or doctor loans or whatever. When that agent says, hey, Shane, do you work weekends? And I go, oh, well, how quickly can I get out of this meeting? Or you're so desperate, you go, yes, I'll work weekends. Now disrespecting your family, your 3-year-old, because you know that you don't have a way to sustainably grow your business. The reality is that the best place to be, the version of Shane on a scooter, having fun, me in my flow state, is when I'm a connector. Connectors focus on providing true value, bringing ideas to market that their audience sees as compelling. We act as connectors for people, resources, for positivity. We rarely focus on mortgage. And if we do, it's so little, and we're doing such a good job of being a connector that people aren't turned off. It's a subtle reminder that, yeah, we're still in the business. We're still selling loans. Although that's not the goal. That's what pays the bills, right? Yeah. I own that storage unit that you need, but man, I'm a home brewer that's a pastor on the weekends that wants to help my friends and family just be blessed in life. That's the connector. And when we show up as a connector, there's a few things we can do easily, consistently, and effectively that will help you grow your business online with the goal of taking the online offline. So first and foremost, we've just got to be more authentic. You've got to be able to take that internal voice that says something random and put that online. I remember one day I was getting ready to actually meet with my coach for 3 days in Laguna Beach. And I was at a coffee shop. I got there a day early, and I'm at a coffee shop with another guy practicing my homework before I had to get on stage in front of a group of 15 other men and share the man in the arena quote. And I'm there and I use the restroom, and there I go into the restroom, and there is a urinal, and right next to the urinal is a giant hole. Like, outside is exposed inside. And my brain is starting to go all these weird places. And I thought, I got to take a picture of this and post this online, right? That's a cheap example of just showing up authentically, taking the internal voice and projecting that externally into your social media feeds. It's sharing your life. It's sharing your family. It's connecting other people to the real Shane. And when you do that, you become more memorable. You become somebody who's not just a one-hit wonder. You become someone when you're walking through the halls of your building, when there's a title rep on the 8th floor and people are constantly coming in doing business, they go, you're Shane, aren't you? You're with Dwell. And not because I vomit products. It's because they know I drive a Bronco. I love donuts. I've got a beautiful little, very fierce 4-year-old. They know that I'm a huge Seahawks fan. I like to travel. And I do loans. But see, when you're somebody showing up authentically that instantly, like it takes it from a 10-foot high fence that no one really wants to climb over to like a 4-foot fence that people are willing to peek over and just check out what's going on the other side. And then when you're learning, you're teaching, you're sharing, you're giving them value, you're connecting people with value. You become somebody that fence gets a little bit lower and like, oh, Shane's sharing something. There's a discount going on at this. A new restaurant opened up down the street. He shared a vulnerable story that resonated with me and made me feel like I wasn't the only one struggling with anxiety. That fence goes a little bit lower. Then you start showing up online and you're sharing what you're doing with AI. You're sharing these prompts. You're sharing, hey, there's like that vulnerability piece. See, the best connectors start to become great mentors.
Yeah.
Because then I'm saying, hey, by the way, I started 3 businesses in the last 5 years and I failed at all of them. Here's what I learned. Number 1, make sure you understand accounting. Here's my accountant. This is what we do. If you haven't ever figured, again, I'm just sharing value with people authentically, lowering that fence, pulling back the curtain. And when we do this, when we show up this way, we don't ever have to talk about product. Because again, people will engage with me every day. Like this morning, I just ran a little test. I took a picture of a Tesla and I took a picture of my Bronco. This has nothing to do with anything that makes me money. In fact, it has everything to do with something that costs me a lot of money. And I go, I don't know, guys. I can't see it, man. These things are really ugly. Teslas, not Broncos. And I go, what do you think? I had people that I haven't seen in years online responding. People that if I was an effective connector and I was looking to get their business, I'm looking to take those conversations offline.
Right.
And the most strategic way to do that, again, connecting people with value, connecting people with positive emotions and feelings is when they're posting, they're asking questions, they're engaging, I'm engaging back with them. I'm saying, hey, Kyle, congrats, man. Dude, 15 years of marriage. Happy anniversary, man. That's so incredible. You have an incredible looking family. Dude, the Texas Rangers won the World Series. Congrats, brother. That's awesome. It's saying, hey, man, thank you for your post yesterday. That was super vulnerable. It's saying, hey, I saw you asking for a contractor. I've got a great contractor. It's then when you start to really elevate your game, creating, manufacturing unique, custom, compelling offers that you can then send in DMs to potential and current referral partners to take the online offline using direct messaging. And so that's where we want to kind of end today is I think we've done an effective job of reminding you that you probably are showing up online as a one-man band.
Yeah.
You're ineffectively playing the cymbals, the drums, squawking the trumpet, trying to strum the banjo while tapping your cymbal feet, and you look like a fool, right? You feel like a fool. You feel like a fraud. Honestly, you do deep down. Or maybe if, you've got great intentions and great effort, you're doing it for the right reasons with the wrong outcomes. You just feel exhausted, right? And the reality is what's so fun is you can change that today. You can start to take the internal voice and you can start to project that online. Yeah. You can go through your phone and you can look at a photo from the last 10 days that made you smile, and you can post it and share that story. As you start to do that, and we have a whole series called The Human Algorithm, where we walk people through how to show up authentically online, not talking about work. And now with this whole series around becoming a better connector, man, it really just seals the deal. And so what we wanted to end with is something you can do today. Because the reality is what we all want is to get more referral partners. That should be our number one audience on social media for most of us. Now, certainly there's somebody who's got a niche and they don't work with agents. We would love to interview you on our podcast to share your techniques. The vast majority of us right now need more agents because agents provide leads the quickest at the lowest cost. And if done correctly, they become a very sustainable source of business because they become our friends. Because when we show up authentically online, we can build true friendship. When we show up fake, projecting that we're a mentor or just being a vendor, nobody wants to be friends with a vendor. They instantly check out like I did with a former groomsman over beers. So here's what we want to do. Right now, there is a strategy you can do You can send 10 DMs, this simple script to 10 agents, whether you work with them or you don't, and nearly guarantee a positive result. And I'll tell you a specific and tangible story where I did this. So what do we know that all agents want? We talked about this at the beginning. They want to make more money. They want to work less. They want to have more notoriety. Yeah. If you can touch on one or more of those things and do that in such a fashion that they understand it, it's simple, it's short, it's concise, they're going to say yes to meeting with you to get that outcome. So here's what I did. I scrubbed my database. I found a lead who was looking to get a home. They weren't necessarily ready today, but they actually truly were looking to buy a home, and they didn't have a real estate agent that they were locked into a binding agreement with. And it certainly wasn't somebody that they're like, yeah, I think I'm going to use Kyle. It wasn't somebody that I know that they were like maybe going to use. They're like, I don't have a good agent. What I did is I said, hey, Kyle, would you be open to a couple of introductions to some very different, but all highly qualified agents? Different strategies, different technology, different companies, but all people that if I were going to buy or sell a home, they would be on my short list. Because I know you're not necessarily ready today, but man, before I go to war, I got to have the troops prepared. Yeah. Because the day I know I'm going to make an offer, that or the day that dream home becomes available is not the day to be preparing. Are you open to that? And they say yes. And here's what you do. You create a very quick DM. You find a market that they're looking in. They're saying, hey, I'm going to live in Fort Worth. Like Fort Worth is where I want to be. All good. Great. I write a DM. I say, and this is then sent to 10 real estate agents. Hey, fill in the blank. I've been working with a client, a friend, a prospect who is looking to buy a home in Fort Worth. I think they're going to qualify around 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. And they don't have an agent that they know and trust that they're working with. I'd like to grab coffee with you to see if you're the perfect fit for them or some variation of that. And so you might say, yeah. But like, okay, I did this. My office was up the hill from our local mall. And the closest point of that mall was a Starbucks. I could see it if I walked out the door of my building. I could see the Starbucks. It was a half mile. It was maybe a half mile away. I sent this was via email. It wasn't even DM. DM's way more effective. It was via email. I sent it to 10 agents that I didn't know. And I said, hey, we don't know each other, but we're friends online. I know you do great business in the Fort Worth area. I know. And I just said something about them so they knew it wasn't spam. Yeah. I said, I got a client looking to buy, looking in Fort Worth. And if I'm being honest, if I'm being vulnerable, if I'm being transparent, I just don't have a great agent that I trust in that market to take care of them. They wanted to meet several different choices, and I put you on that short list. Before I introduce them, I'd love to grab coffee to make sure we're a good fit. It's always, because when you start dancing with a new partner, you're going to step on each other's toes. Sure. And I'd love to get that out of the way before we meet. I tell you, I sent 10 emails. I got 9 responses within minutes. That same day, I was walking up and down the hill having coffee with these agents. Why? Because I wrote a compelling offer. I basically said to them, without being non-compliant, Kai, I'd like to put money in your pocket. And I'd like to put money in your pocket very soon. No one else right now in this instance has any money to give you right now except for me. Right now, I have the potential for money for you and I'd love to meet. Are you open to that? And they all say yes. 9 out of 10 met with me for coffee. What's crazy is what actually came out of that. One of those 10 meetings was with the team lead for Redfin. The way Redfin worked at the time was all their agents were active on their site and could sell deals, but they also had like their team leads. She oversaw the entire real estate team for Redfin Pacific Northwest, which was like all of Redfin at the time. That singular action turned into 127 closed loans. Come on. You can look it up on Google. My old Redfin testimonials are still there. That, when I factored in refinances, referrals to friends, actually turned into over 200 deals. So guys, what we need to remember is it's really fun. That guy on the scooter, living life. It is really fun when you master the art of showing up with a compelling offer to the right audience at the right time with authentic connection as the main primary driver. When you do this, you win. And when you win a lot. You can do this for free starting today.
That's right. And you also can do this ongoing for a really long time if you have the right people around you. And so we've taught a few strategies in the 45 minutes we've had that are inside of what we call the Collective. It is our coaching program where, guys, not only do we have a 12-month built-out curriculum, but we provide a DM script every single week to our members for them to touch base with referral partners, to touch base with past clients, to touch base with people from past life experiences. We also do what we call AI labs, where twice a month we're teaching you how to leverage AI in your business. We do From the Road, because I'm traveling all over the country, rubbing shoulders with really powerful people. And so we're teaching the things that we're learning. There's so much opportunity. And all of this, though we believe it's worth thousands of dollars, is $97 a month. And so if you've been compelled by anything that we've talked about, you need consistency, you need help, just like we all do. And we would love for you to say yes to us and come be a part of what we're doing at the Collective.
That's it, you guys. If you're not friends with us online, we show up every day online. It's how Kyle and I met and became friends.
Yep.
He has some incredible classes that he's going to be sharing, and one of which tomorrow, in the keynote tomorrow. And what I can tell you is my business has grown more through accidentally falling into the connector role online than anything else I ever did. And if I had somebody with a strategic plan to help me be a strategic connector with the technology that we have at our fingertips today, my business would probably double what it was without sacrificing my family and my health.
Yeah.
And like, that's what we really want for you guys.
That's it. Thanks for having us, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch.
You're muted, Mitchell.
There we go. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you joining us. Kyle, I'm a little offended you're not wearing a hat.
Dude, I got a haircut this morning, so I had to show it off. I probably will have a hat on tomorrow, though, for my talk.
You know, it wouldn't hurt to wear that Field of Dreams hat, bro. Come on.
You know what? I'll rock that for my keynote tomorrow, just for you.
I appreciate that. I really, really, really appreciate that. Might have to dig mine out too. Mine's a little different. Shane never disappoints. Always got his hat on. I don't know what he's hiding under there, but have never seen him without one.
I mean, it's no hair gel, and it's a ball of goodness of just stuff.
Better than what I'm hiding under here. Yeah, what I'm hiding under here is the opposite. It's going away. Awesome, guys. Well, hey, if you guys are out there, go follow these two on social. I met both of these two on social, and I've learned a lot from both of them. Great guys, great people to follow for inspiration, and not just business, but in life as well. Amazing following your guys' journey. I love it. And everybody go out there and follow these guys, get involved with the Collective, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right, everybody. This is wrapping up day one of Build Your Mortgage Empire. I am Mitchell Peak, your host and owner of Build Your Empire. Come join us tomorrow. We're going to have Justin Mercer, the Tattooed Realtor, Nick Niehaus, Travis Tannehill, Brianna Harris Kimbrough, Jake Vermillion, and of course, Kyle Draper will be joining us again for his keynote speech tomorrow. And got a great day planned. So hope to see you guys all then. Go tell your friends to get registered. It's free. You will get an email today after this event with the replay. You're also going to get a replay of tomorrow's event when it's over. So make sure you're checking it out. Make sure you're inviting other people to join us. We appreciate that. Awesome. See you guys tomorrow.